Forth from the love of liberty in the fires of hope and prayer, with boundless faith in our destiny, we solemnly declare. Side by side we stand, islands of the blue Caribbean sea, this our native land. We pledge our lives to thee. Hear every creed and race finds an equal place, and may God bless our nation. Hear every creed and race finds an equal place, and may God bless our nation. Almighty God, creator of the universe, we graciously thank you for your numerous blessings bestowed upon us. As we gather here today as future leaders, we look towards you for guidance and wisdom in our deliberations at this 21st National Youth Parliament. Open our hearts to accept those things that are true and to demonstrate love always, so that we and all citizens of this nation can live in peace and harmony. Amen.
Announcements by the Speaker.
Honourable members and our viewing audience, welcome to the 21st National Youth Parliament 2024, hosted by the Office of the Parliament of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago in collaboration with the United Nations Resident Coordinator's Office.
Questions.
Member for Barataria Sanwan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question number 1 to the Minister of National Security. Given that there have been over 200 reported incidents of cybercrime in Trinidad and Tobago since 2019, could the Minister indicate the following? A, the specific measures being undertaken by the Ministry to address these cybersecurity issues, and B, what initiatives are in place to mitigate any future attacks? Thank you.
Sorry, wait. Member for Siparia.
Given the ongoing challenges posed by illegal gun trafficking and its impact on national security, could you advise as to what is being done to address the flow of illegal firearms into Trinidad and Tobago?
Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Member for Siparia. The Government of Trinidad and Tobago has outlined several measures to address the challenges posed by illegal gun trafficking and strengthen national security, including the following initiatives. Drone technology for border surveillance. Last week, the Ministry of National Security received 2 advanced drones donated by the UN Office on Drugs and Crime. These drones, equipped with high-resolution cameras and terminal imaging capabilities, will significantly enhance surveillance efforts by the Defense Force. This technology is crucial for monitoring remote areas and identifying potential threats, particularly along vulnerable border zones and coastlines. Also, the enhancing border and port security. The government is actively upgrading its border protection infrastructure. This includes the deployment of 4 new Coast Guard patrol vessels and 8 high-speed interceptors, alongside with new surveillance aircraft for the Air Guard. These assets aim to improve the interception of illegal firearms and human trafficking networks operating across the country's marine borders. Thank you.
Member for Siparia.
What strategies are being implemented to address the issue of flooding by residents in North, East, and South Trinidad?
Prime Minister.
Thank you. The Government of Trinidad and Tobago has implemented several measures and long-term strategies to address recurring flooding issues, particularly in vulnerable communities. These actions include a combination of infrastructure upgrades, climate adaptation programs, and community-based initiatives. Addressing the recurring flooding issues in Trinidad and Tobago is a priority for this government. Here are some key factors in which we are implemented. Invested in the flooding integration infrastructure, the government has prioritized upgrading and constructing drainage systems, retention ponds. For example, the Greenville Retention Pond project was completed to reduce flooding in the east-west corridor, and similar projects are planned for the central and south Trinidad. Additionally, maintenance and cleaning of rivers and drains, such as the Caroni River and South Oropouche River, are conducted regularly to prevent blockages. The implementation of corresponsive national drainage plan. The Ministry of Planning and Development has developed a national drainage plan that outlines long-term flooding risk management strategies, including sustainable urban planning, watershed management, and reforestation programs. This plan aims to interrogate the land use in policies with flood prevention measures to minimize the impact of climate change and unplanned development. Thank you.
Questions to ministers.
The member for Barataria Sanwan.
Thank you again, Mr. Speaker. Question number 1 to the Minister of National Security. Given that there have been over 200 reported incidents of cybercrime in Trinidad and Tobago since 2019, could the Minister indicate the following? A, the specific measures being undertaken by the Ministry to address these cybersecurity issues, and B, what measures are being put in place to mitigate any future attacks? Thank you.
The Minister of National Security.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In response to the increasing incidence of cybercrime in Trinidad and Tobago, the Ministry has taken several key measures. One I'd like to highlight being the NCSS, a strategy guide established in 2012 to be the guide and strategy to all operations and initiatives related to cybersecurity in the country. This strategy has been advanced and updated throughout the years, being made 12 years prior to this year right now, to better protect our nation from all cybercrimes. And to answer your question on what measures are being put in place to mitigate future attacks, I'd like to illustrate 2. One being enhanced report mechanisms. This is crucial for understanding the landscape of cyber threats and improving response strategies. 2, being sector-specific focus. that being the sectors most affected by these cyber attacks, such as government, finance, and manufacturing, are being prioritized for targeted cyber security initiatives to better protect our nation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Faisalabad.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question number 2 to the Minister of Education. What measures are in place to ensure that special needs schools receive the necessary resources?
The Minister of Education.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for your question on the resources and funding initiatives for special needs schools. The Ministry of Education is committed to ensuring equity and inclusivity in our education system, particularly for students with special needs. Several initiatives have been implemented to support this goal. Enhanced resource allocation. The Ministry has increased funding to address infrastructure upgrades, including the provision of accessible facilities and classrooms. Resources are being tailored to meet the diverse needs of students, such as assistive technologies and learning aids. Collaboration with partners. We are working closely with organizations like Digital Foundation, which recently announced their second round of innovation labs for special needs schools. These labs provide state-of-the-art technology, which as smart boards and virtual reality tools to enhance learning experiences. In 2024, 5 schools were selected to benefit from these labs, building on the 2022 launch of this initiative. Teacher training and support. Professional development programs are being rolled out for educators to equip them with skills to address diverse learning needs effectively. These include specialized training in using assistive technology and understanding developmental challenges. Policy development. The Ministry is currently reviewing policies to ensure sustainable funding for special needs education, including exploring partnerships with local and international donors. Thank you.
Motions relating to the business or sittings of the House and moved by a minister.
Leader of the House and member for Aruka Maloney.
Mr. Speaker, as required by Standing Order 33, I seek the leave of the House to consider private business instead of government business.
Honourable members, the question is that the House consider private members' business instead of government business. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it.
Public business, private members' business, motions.
Leader of the Opposition and member for Siparia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move the following motion standing in my name. Whereas the increasing integration of artificial intelligence, AI technologies, into various sectors has demonstrated both the potential for enhanced human capacity for sustainable development, as well as the potential risks, particularly in the realm of education. And whereas the responsible and ethical use of AI in the classroom can play a pivotal role in equipping young people with the skills necessary to navigate the technological realities of the ever-evolving modern workforce, fostering a generation that is prepared for future employment opportunities and challenges. And whereas the use of AI tools in the classroom may expose students to inappropriate content, limit their development of critical thinking skills and cognitive growth, and encourage plagiarism and cheating if not properly regulated and integrated into the curriculum. And whereas several international studies and expert bodies, including UNESCO, have highlighted the need for age-appropriate regulation of AI use in educational settings, particularly to protect younger students from undue reliance on technology. And whereas the Trinidad and Tobago education system must ensure that the use of technology, including AI, promotes safe, healthy, and conducive learning environments for all students, while preparing them for the demands of a technology-driven workforce. Be it resolved that this National Youth Parliament call on the government of Trinidad and Tobago to develop a policy to integrate the ethical and responsible use of AI into the education curriculum to enhance learning, foster critical thinking, and prepare students for the modern workforce while ensuring safeguards to protect their well-being. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and the members of this Honourable House for the opportunity to contribute to this debate today. I also want to thank the hard-working members on my bench for they've worked tirelessly behind this motion, sacrificing their time for the well-being of our students. I express my sincere gratitude to the constituents of Superior, for without them, I would not stand before you today. What if I told you the tool we fear today is the key to unlock our students' future tomorrow? AI stands for artificial intelligence, and despite the recent generative boom, it has been around since the 1950s. The aim of it is to recreate human intelligence, mannerisms, and thought processes into machines. AI has been integrated into our daily lives with platforms such as Google, with AI Overview, Netflix, Instagram, YouTube, and multiple others. I do hope you understand that artificial intelligence is behind the scenes for natural language generation and machine processing. In simpler terms, the very things that power our virtual assistants, Alexa and Siri. And Siri has been around since October 4th, 2011. This is not an unfamiliar concept to us. Its field has progressed in recent years, transforming the way we work, live, and interact with the environment around us. It promises to generate productivity gains, improve well-being, and help address global challenges, such as climate change, resource scarcity, and health crises. Its impact is being felt across the Caribbean as multiple countries are implementing it in fields such as tourism, education, financial services, and healthcare. It has the capacity to enhance the global productivity by redefining the present jobs, which has already begun. The increased use of artificial intelligence is proved by the fact that between 1980 and 2000, roughly 4% to 9% of the workforce in America works in occupations that were not there 15 years prior. My source is The Transformative Power of AI, Projected Impacts on the Global Economy by 2030, one of the authors being Ms. Anita Banerjee, who is from Amity University, having a PhD in economics. The PwC Global AI Jobs Barometer highlights that since 2016, jobs requiring AI skills have grown 3.5 times since overall job postings, taken from PricewaterhouseCoopers International Report, published on May 21st, 2024. Recital 2 of the motion mentions AI playing a role, a pivotal one, in the equipping our students with the skills necessary to remain relevant in this fast-evolving job market. To the government bench, we share the responsibility to ensure that our students are prepared and ready, but also have the necessary skills to remain relevant in this job market. However, the integration of AI must not compromise this nation's most valuable resource, human creativity. We are allowing the very thing we ought to protect to be stripped away simply due to negligence, since there are no current safeguards, guardrails, or policies. We, the opposition, are not cruel. We understand the genuine concerns and feelings of hesitancy the government bench may feel, and we will righteously receive feedback. But some things must be established. AI is here. AI is global. AI is inevitable. AI is a tool, a product of the human mind, and not a malicious entity. We, the opposition, will be upfront of the negative implications, but also about the positive possibilities, in which I call on the government to collaborate, and if not, that they would not be a stumbling block to the pivotal advancement of this nation. My bench will address key measures like age-appropriate AI exposure, thereby having an age limit, ethical governance, and combating the negative implications of plagiarism and even the stunting of cognitive growth. We are also calling for a body to be created for the responsible and ethical use of AI in the classroom and even the curriculum. I took it upon myself to do some research and not to make assumptions about AI, in which I asked it to generate an image for me of a steel pan. Unfortunately, it did not do a very proficient job understanding the nuances of our Caribbean history. However, we are asking for the creation of our own local AI called ChatTT. AI calls for heavy governance. It has immense potential, but also negative implications regarding to our children's privacy, unintended privacy infringements, safety, and security, which warrants close examination. The study done by Lily D. and other authors, entitled The Effects of Over-Reliance on AI, Effects on the Students' Cognitive Abilities. It states that by integrating AI into classrooms, it could diminish students' critical thinking and cognitive growth. However, with guidance, our students can learn to assess AI-generated content and value human insight and creativity. Our youths are very capable. One student created his own AI for other students like himself to prepare for the CXC and CAPE exams. Others are being featured on the Ministry of Digital Transformation's D-Hub Challenge. Our talented youth, when properly informed, can use AI to innovate and excel. Information needs to be disseminated into homes, communities, and into schools about what is AI and where it sources its data. This can be done through a nationwide effort of campaigns. We can raise it through public events, information sessions, radio programs, and social media campaigns. Such initiatives ensure that all students of Trinidad and Tobago understand what is AI and how they can adapt accordingly to it. In conclusion, allow me to leave a quote. While the rest of the world is investing in AI, the Caribbean is still talking about it. We cannot afford to wait. I thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move.
In accordance with Standing Order 41.5, the motion requires a seconder.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to second the motion and I reserve my right to speak.
Honourable members, the motion being seconded, I will now propose the question for debate. Whereas the increasing integration of artificial intelligence, AI technologies, into the various sectors has demonstrated both the potential for enhanced human capacity for sustainable development, as well as the potential risks, particularly in the realm of education. And whereas the responsible and ethical use of AI in the classroom can play a pivotal role in equipping young people with the skills necessary to navigate the technological realities of the ever-evolving modern workforce, fostering a generation that is prepared for future employment opportunities and challenges. And whereas the use of AI tools in the classroom may expose students to inappropriate content, limit their development of critical thinking skills and cognitive growth, and encourage plagiarism and cheating if not properly regulated and integrated into the curriculum. And whereas several international studies and expert bodies, including UNESCO, have highlighted the need for age-appropriate regulation of AI use in educational settings, particularly to protect younger students from undue reliance on technology. And whereas the Trinidad and Tobago education system must ensure that the use of technology, including AI, promotes safe, healthy, and conducive learning environments for all students while preparing them for the demands of a technology-driven workforce. Be it resolved that this National Youth Parliament call on the government of Trinidad and Tobago to develop a policy to integrate the ethical and responsible use of AI into the education curriculum to enhance learning, foster critical thinking, and prepare students for the modern workforce, while ensuring safeguards to protect their well-being. I call on the Minister of Education.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute today. Now, I have sat and listened attentively to what the opposition leader had to say, and I just want to say, what a performance, because that is exactly what it was. It seems as if she forgot the essence of the motion, which is education into our curriculum. And I heard a lot about its capacity, but I'm yet to hear how it will be properly implemented, Mr. Speaker. So, allow me to educate the opposition this morning by saying that a nation's ability to harness AI technology is dependent on the vision and commitment of its government and people. And we, the government, are committed, as proven by the numerous programs developed under our administration. Our commitment is dependent on and reflected through responsible planning, Mr. Speaker. Now, the government agrees with the spirit of the motion, the need for artificial intelligence in the classroom. And I would like to commend the opposition for their attempt to draft a motion. But it seems as if once again, the government will have to clean up their mess because to me, they just threw some buzzwords into ChatGPT hoping for brilliance, but instead returned with this half-baked policy that insults the intelligence of this honorable House, Mr. Speaker. So let me say, in the interest of time, that I will be focusing on two things in this motion: the issue of equity, as well as teacher and digital literacy. I would like to also direct the opposition to the Education Act, Chapter 39(1), which emphasizes that it is my mandate to contribute to the development of the human resource and contribute to the development of an education service related to the changing needs of the community. And I can proudly boast that the Ministry of Education has been doing so. So in keeping with the issue of equity, I would like to acknowledge the exciting potential of artificial intelligence in the classroom. And I see that the opposition is enthusiastic about its implementation, but I urge us to proceed with caution. The government has been working and taking the necessary steps towards equity. However, it is a process that cannot and should not be done haphazardly, as we have been working towards a conducive learning environment for all students, as said in the 5th recital of the motion, Mr. Speaker. And this is also seen in the stratification goal, which says in our education policy 2027 to 2023 to 2027, which seeks to ensure quality education. This is also seen in our programs, such as the Digital Transformation Program, which has already begun upgrading the digital technology infrastructure in the schools for the marginalized and vulnerable communities. There's also the Student Support Services Division, which is a psychosocial support service geared towards all our students, especially those with disabilities, to give them the necessary resources and support. Mr. Speaker, we even have the School Intervention Program, which provides equity and quality education for all students. Mr. Speaker, we are not a perfect government, but we always strive for perfection. And in our strive for perfection, we will continue to work assiduously to ensure that every student in Trinidad and Tobago has access to Wi-Fi connectivity and access to devices. So until then, we cannot put the cart before the horse, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me reassure the population that when we have finished accomplishing our goal of ensuring that every student has access to devices and access to Wi-Fi connectivity, then the implementation of AI into the curriculum will be at the forefront of the government's agenda. Mr. Speaker, this brings me to my second concern of teacher and digital literacy. In the 4th CXC Ministerial Summit, the Honorable Dr. Nayan Gatsby-Dolly would have emphasized that 21st century learners require 21st century teaching, which is exactly why implementing AI into the curriculum without first consulting our teachers, the very backbone of our education system, is nonsensical. How can we just be expected to throw AI into the classroom without first testing the waters? Which is exactly why I am going to say again, the government is 10 steps ahead, as seen in our Digital Transformation Policy 2023 to 2027, which emphasizes the importance of digital literacy for both teachers and students, as they will need to master these skills before they can effectively implement AI tools into their practice, Mr. Speaker. And in keeping with this policy, just this year, the Ministry of Education would have approved a pilot program launched by the Catholic Education Board of Management in collaboration with Wisdom CRM Caribbean Limited, where they launched the AI Tutor platform, which targeted 10 primary schools in Trinidad to enhance teaching and learning. Mr. Speaker, this featured animated tutors for various subjects, as well as a dashcam for students and parents to monitor, for teachers and parents to monitor performance. Mr. Speaker, there was even a teacher from Erin RC who said, and I quote, "I look forward to improved school performance using AI." Mr. Speaker, this just proves that there is no aversion to artificial intelligence in the classroom by the educators, nor by the government. This just shows that the government has not dropped the ball or is afraid or stuck in the past, as my friends on the other side will have you believe, Mr. Speaker. We have been taking the necessary steps. We have been ensuring that all our teachers, all our students, and all our parents are comfortable with the implementation of artificial intelligence into their classrooms and that they are digitally literate. Because we know that implementing a program such as this without first taking the necessary steps would further exacerbate the existing academic divides and widen the achievement gaps that my colleagues are clearly not concerned about, Mr. Speaker. So, as I close, I would like to say again, yes, the government believes that artificial intelligence should be in the classroom. However, we must prioritize practical solutions rather than hopping on a bandwagon and running after technological trends. Let us focus on improving and enhancing our current digital programs, our digital literacy programs, while continuing to deal with the issue of equity so that we have built a solid foundation for the day that we do implement a policy such as this. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Princesstown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me to contribute to this debate. Today we're debating AI in the classrooms. And let me firstly commend the Leader of the Opposition for such a forward-thinking, erudite, and progressive motion. Imagine the Leader of the Opposition is already doing a better job planning the future for our citizens than the Prime Minister himself. Now, we know that the government will try to downplay this motion, as the Minister of Education would have already done in her argument. But it's quite funny, I find, Mr. Speaker, that she mentions ChatGPT, because let us be honest, a few of them, if not most, including the Minister herself, relies on the same AI to write their speeches. The Minister spoke about a performance, but what a performance she gave to say a lot of nothing. The government says they care, but only now they're rushing to address the inequities. Students are still without devices. Rural areas are still and have been without any internet access for too long. It's like saying, I care about fixing the potholes, yet cars still bouncing down the highway like it's Juve morning. Let us get it together. Because as the saying goes, Mr. Speaker, the road to hell is paved with good intentions. So caring is not enough. Action is what our students need. This is why the opposition is addressing the digital divide first. The mere fact that this divide still exists despite years of promises is a direct reflection of the government's incompetence. So as such, the opposition proposes phasing in AI strategically. We would have seen South Africa and Uruguay starting with schools that had some technology access and gradually expanded to the rural areas and under-resourced schools step by step. So tell me, why can't we? Mr. Speaker, in Princesstown, many schools are still struggling with same basic access to technology. So our plan is to partner with local network services to provide affordable internet access to all of these areas. I'm also aware that time is of the essence, and I do not want to waste the limited time allocated to me. Therefore, allow me to focus your attention to recital 4 of the motion, which speaks directly to age-appropriate regulation. I would have found a UNESCO report from 2019, Artificial Intelligence in Education, Challenges and Opportunities for Sustainable Development, that showed that children under the age of 13 are not ready for AI's cognitive demands. And we understand this. They need to develop their critical thinking, their creativity, and their social skills through real-world experiences. So the opposition proposes introducing AI for students aged 13 and over, ensuring that they are at the right stage to harness its power without compromising their growth or critical thinking. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm simply saying, Trinidad and Tobago deserves an education system ready for tomorrow, not one drowning in yesterday's mediocrity. Our students have been patient long enough. Equity is not a luxury, it is what they deserve. The future demands bold action, and our youth deserve nothing less than a commitment to fairness, opportunity, and progress. Because, Mr. Speaker, the road to success is paved with action, not just good intentions. Thank you.
The Attorney General and Minister of Legal Affairs, Member for San Fernando East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would also like to thank the opposition for bringing this timely motion to the House. However, yet again, I would have to agree with the Minister of Education, as they have demonstrated their knack for proposing a half-baked idea. Mr. Speaker, the government fully recognizes the potential that AI has to prepare our students for the modern world. However, AI is a powerful tool, and as such, there must be strict safeguards put in place to protect the well-being of our youths. So while we do agree with the essence of the motion, we cannot and will not be voting in favor of this motion, as it fails to take into account several factors, like our economic standing as a nation. Mr. Speaker, let's examine what the opposition is asking for. Their motion specifically calls for, and I quote, AI into the education curriculum to enhance learning, foster critical thinking, and prepare students for the modern world, while ensuring safeguards to protect their well-being. Lofty words, Mr. Speaker, but words alone simply are not enough. As Attorney General and Minister of Legal Affairs, I took the time to dig deeper, something the opposition has yet again failed to do, leaving gaps that we now have to fill. And speaking of gaps, I couldn't help but notice that the move of the motion mentioned the AI chatbot, ChatTT, however, failed to educate us on how an AI chatbot operates. Have no fear, Mr. Speaker. I will take the time out of my contribution to pick up for the slack of the opposition. AI chatbots rely on cloud-based servers and international data centers, from which they feed information to the chatbot. This means that any personal information inputted into this can be stored by international bodies owning this infrastructure that are beyond our jurisdiction and out of our control. This opens our students to a plethora of issues, including cybercrime and data breaches. In fact, Mr. Speaker, an article published by Park University using AI chatbots, privacy and information security considerations, published on October 2nd, 2024, stated that personal identifiable information, such as names, numbers, as well as confidential academic data should not be inputted into an AI chatbot. Correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't all this information required? So why don't we use our local data centers? While Trinidad and Tobago does possess several data centers, none are equipped to withstand the capacities of an AI chatbot. But I do have to commend the Ministry of Digital Transformation for their forward thinking in the plan to construct a Tier 4 data center. But its focus on sensitive government data means that it is not equipped for an AI chatbot either. And while my ministry does understand that the Data Protection Act is outdated in terms of the inclusion of this, the act is still partially proclaimed. And as such, my ministry is currently working hard to include AI-specific provisions. Mr. Speaker, meaningful reform takes time. We are tightening data sharing controls, auditing vendors, as well as collaborating with the Information Commissioner to establish clear AI guidelines in schools. And most importantly, we cannot forget the parents, as they deserve to know how AI will affect their children. That is why we are mandating parental consent and transparency. And to deal with ethical oversight, we plan to propose an AI regulatory commission, model and tailored to our country based on the best international practices. So in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, this is not a fly-by-night motion. Unlike the opposition, we cannot cut and paste what other countries are doing. Our country is deserving of tailored solutions, not a patchwork of borrowed ideas. So until the necessary revisions are made, which my ministry is working tirelessly to accomplish, we cannot in good conscience pass this motion. It is premature, it is short-sighted, and it reflects the opposition's tireless preparation, because it seems to me they had to be sleeping on the job when constructing this motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Couva South.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for allowing me to contribute to this debate today. But let me start my contribution by informing the members across this floor that the honourable opposition bench from which I rise is not naive. As my leader of opposition stated, we are aware of that integrating artificial intelligence into the classroom can bring about great benefits, but it also has great risks and can disrupt education if it is left unregulated. So, Mr. Speaker, if we understand that, then the focus of this debate today is clear. We must find a way to integrate artificial intelligence into the classroom that is both ethical and responsible to ensure that we safeguard the future of our youth and our society as a whole. Dr. the Honourable Keith Rowley, in his 2024 Labour Day address to the public, stated that artificial intelligence is here and it is transforming the world. So if Trinidad and Tobago is to keep pace with these changes, then we have to prepare our students accordingly. But how, Mr. Speaker, can we prepare our students accordingly if this government has failed to put at least one safeguard in place to ensure that they are only impacted by the benefits of AI and do not fall prey to its risks? Mr. Speaker, the implementation of artificial intelligence into the classroom has to be two things: deliberate and informed. So globally, while other countries are drafting legislation to govern the use of AI or have already implemented such legislation, Trinidad and Tobago remains blissfully unaware with no laws, no policies, and no clue.
May the member give way. What other countries have implemented these legislations?
The European Union, which is representative of 27 countries, has started drafting an AI in education policy. Mr. Speaker, let me not be too critical. The government does have the partially proclaimed Data Protection Act, but using that to govern the use of artificial intelligence in the classroom is like using an umbrella to protect yourself in a hurricane. Well-intentioned, you know, but entirely inadequate. Mr. Speaker, the Minister for Legal Affairs and the Attorney General stated that we need tailored solutions for the implementation of artificial intelligence into the classroom. So let me provide. Firstly, the opposition bench proposes the Transparent AI Usage and Academic Integrity Act. We propose that this law requires that students must disclose when they have used artificial intelligence in their work. So it is essentially a no cheating clause for the digital age. And might I add, Mr. Speaker, this act allows us to teach integrity and accountability to our students, qualities that are invaluable in any career that they choose to pursue. Should this act be violated, however, we propose a graduated penalty system, starting with mandatory ethics classes that will be for first offenders, and the consequences can escalate to things such as academic suspension for repeat offenders. Secondly, we propose the Student Data Privacy Act. This would be specific to educational AI and similar to the Family Educational Rights and Privacy Act in the United States. Now, the government bench might wonder why we would follow something from a first world country that has way more resources than we do. But, Mr. Speaker, if a country has been successful in implementing something and we want this country to be successful, shouldn't we take inspiration from them? Mr. Speaker, this Student Data Privacy Act will ensure three things. Firstly, that parental consent is required for all data collection. Secondly, that data collected by AI tools remains confidential. And thirdly, this act mandates that educational institutions use safe data storage practices such as encryption. Now, we know the government might start with, where's the money for this coming from? That is their favorite excuse, right after blaming the opposition. But as I said, this bench is not naive, and we are aware of the logistical and financial challenges that may arise from implementing such legislation. So in the meantime, I agree with the Minister of Legal Affairs. We should amend the Data Protection Act and academic integrity policies as interim measures while building broader and more comprehensive legislation. So by starting small and scaling gradually, we can ensure that our approach remains practical and adaptive to changing technologies. Mr. Speaker, as I come to a close, the integration of AI into the classroom is inevitable. Matter of fact, it is already here. So it is not a question of if we should regulate AI, but how we regulate AI and how we do so effectively. Mr. Speaker, I urge this Parliament to support this motion to build a legal framework that responsibly and ethically ushers Trinidad and Tobago into the digital age. Thank you.
The Minister of Digital Transformation, Member for Diego Martin Central.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me this opportunity to share in this timely debate. Mr. Speaker, as Minister of Digital Transformation, I stand in solidarity with the Minister of Education, and I believe that my ministry can lead in the development of an AI policy that is both comprehensive and aligns with the education sector and is properly regulated. While we understand the opposition's zealous campaign, the key issue still remains developing a regulatory framework that encompasses issues such as, firstly, data privacy, secondly, biases. To what extent do these algorithms have a proper perspective on the Caribbean? And thirdly, ethical consideration. The question that still demands a lot of research is, how does AI impact on learning? In our quest to ensure that our students have 21st century skills, we must ensure that they can still be able to think independently, critically, and be problem solvers. To do this, there must be an urgent dialogue with all stakeholders. My ministry is willing to take the lead in launching seminars and conferences in conjunction with the University of the West Indies, UTT, UNDP, UNESCO, the National Parents Teachers Association, the Ministry of Education, TUTA, student councils, and other NGOs and community stakeholders. As you can see, Mr. Speaker, the government has already taken the first step in listening to the youth in this august chamber. Mr. Speaker, before we pass this legislation, we need to ensure that we have the proper digital infrastructure, digital tools, and reliable hardware, digital spaces, and platforms in schools to properly regulate AI. The ministry has already begun to collaborate with corporate Trinidad and Tobago, our telecommunications, and internet providers to make sure that this implementation is seamless, Mr. Speaker. Our government is fostering AI development on a national level with a human face and not a robot face, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, allow me to take this time to introduce to you a program made by my ministry, and it's called AI Ethics for Trinbago Good. Now, I want every one of you to underline that in your mind and put it in red. This is an awareness campaign launched by my ministry in conjunction with the Ministry of Education, set to begin in January 2025. No ChatGPT or any other local AI can be streamlined or integrated into our education sector until we first develop a culture in this country where we foster the national human resource capital of this nation to make sure our students are empowered to use AI ethically and responsibly, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we begin phase 1 with training parents, guardians, teachers, and tertiary level students. This process will take 6 months, Mr. Speaker. Tertiary level students will become mentors and will be assigned hours which they can utilize as core credits in schools, both primary and secondary, to assist teachers. Phase 2 begins in the academic year of 2025 to 2026.
Member, sit. Please be guided by Standing Order 4410. Refrain from the reading, please. Unless it's to draw reference to refresh your memory. You may continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Phase 2 will begin in the year of 2025 to 2026, where the programs will be implemented into school. As part of our program, Mr. Speaker, we will utilize social media campaigns, school caravans, and public service awareness. Phase 3 will begin in September 2026 with national competitions, posters, debates, and hackathons. Mr. Speaker, In this age, many like to think that AI can solve world problems. But if you give a man a rod and do not teach him how to use it, the rod becomes useless, Mr. Speaker. In addition to this, the rod may even be used irresponsibly. Likewise, Mr. Speaker, before we empower our students with a tool that enhances development, we must make sure that they are ready to properly use it. So therefore, I urge the opposition bench to join my ministry advocacy campaign, AI ethics.
Member, your time has expired.
Thank you, Mr.
The member for Komoto.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me to contribute in this debate today. Mr. Speaker, the government speaks about how they have plans, how they are 10 steps ahead of the opposition. However, these plans, like this sheet of paper, blank, amount to nothing, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the government called the motion premature. However, Mr. Speaker, this motion could not be premature, as the Minister of Digital Transformation himself, on a media release, stated on the 22nd of October, stating they have plans to begin training secondary school students with AI in their development hub by 2025. How is this motion premature when we are calling for AI to be integrated in the classroom safely with regulations, when the Minister of Digital Transformation wants to jump ahead by training secondary school students with these AI technologies, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, the government bench speaks about privacy and how they have concerns for this, and I understand, the opposition understands, as we acknowledge these negative impacts. However, these negative impacts would not be here if the government only did their job to regulate AI before we had to draft this motion, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, AI has been here for a while, and the government has been too slow to action. Mr. Speaker, for example, when it comes to CAPE examinations, a student created their own AI chatbot called ChatCXC because they weren't getting the personalized learning style they needed, Mr. Speaker. And that chatbot was released in an unregulated digital environment, Mr. Speaker, because the government refused. The government was too slow when it came to putting legislation in place to ensure our students' safety from AI, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Minister for Digital Transformation spoke on how the students are not ready to use AI. They don't have the critical thinking skills or cognitive thinking skills. However, Mr. Speaker, a study done by Dr. Siraj and published on October 7, 2022, released by a reputable publisher, Hindawi, which is a peer-reviewed publisher, specifically spoke about how AI develops 21st century skills, which is the basis for critical thinking and cognitive thinking, and will help develop our human capital for the future of Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. Speaker, with this in mind, tell me why the government has been so slow when it comes to regulating AI. Because another study by Chapman University, Bias in AI, again talks about how whatever AI is inputted, it will output. If our AI is fed inappropriate data, it will output that inappropriate data to our vulnerable students. If a nefarious party in this unregulated digital landscape got a hold of that ChatCXC bot used by students from Form 1 to Form 6 to prepare them for their examinations, imagine all the harm it could have done, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, tell me why the government is so slow when it comes to regulations. For example, we can reference to a California bill passed by California legislatures, which specifically asks for any AI company who produces bots to their citizens, either international or local, to be transparent on what the data the AI is being trained on, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the government has been looking back in the past for too long. They speak about these plans, they speak about these phases, but isn't this what the motion talks about? The government says they will vote against the motion, yet the Minister for Digital Transformation came with phases of plans to implement AI. Isn't that what we're on? Is that what we're here to do? What the opposition is here to talk about, Mr. Speaker? It's hypocrisy, Mr. Speaker. Like I said, the government is full of contradictions. Mr. Speaker, we could look within the country, in our Caribbean region ourselves. Mr. Speaker, Jamaica is making moves, advancements to ensure that AI is integrated safely into their systems. Jamaica is holding conferences with parents, like the Minister of Digital Transformation recommended, But clearly, Jamaica is moving way faster than us, Mr. Speaker. Why are we being left behind in our own region? Mr. Speaker, I stand today with my bench to give the government recommendations to help them do their job and to help them do their responsibilities for our students and for our children to ensure that we have a proper modern workforce that will advance Trinidad and Tobago to the future it deserves. Mr. Speaker, I would like to reiterate for the government, as they seem to be forgetful. They were sleeping when my leader of the opposition spoke about what we want to add, what we want to implement when it comes to integrating AI. We will call for proper legislation, proper regulation, because the AI has been around since the 1950s, yet we have no legislation or regulations or safeguards against AI. Mr. Speaker, we also call for integration of our own AI chatbot called ChatTT.
Member, your time has expired.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Tunapuna, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today we stand to deliberate the motion regarding the integration of artificial intelligence into the classrooms in Trinidad and Tobago. While AI holds great promise, we must tread carefully to avoid unintended consequences such as diminished student creativity, particularly in the arts of literature and music. I stand to argue that at present, the widespread adoption of AI in our education system requires thorough research and pilot programs before we proceed. Mr. Speaker, first I'd like to address how AI threatens to suppress students' creativity, which thrives on originality, exploration, and the struggle to solve problems without shortcuts. AI tools such as ChatGPT or ChatTT can risk reducing our students to become passive recipients of answers, diminishing their capacity for innovative thought. A report by the Brookings Institution entitled "Should Schools Ban or Integrate AI in the Classroom?" published on August 7, 2023 by Regina Ta and Darrell West highlights how reliance on AI tools risk undermining students' creative problem-solving abilities by reducing their need to think independently and originally. Mr. Speaker, in Trinidad and Tobago, fostering creativity is vital for cultural industries like music and literature. By using AI-generated music, students might miss out on opportunities to express themselves and their own emotions and experiences, which are key to musical creativity. And students using AI tools to generate essays, poems, and stories, they reduce their own capacity for crafting original ideas and developing their narrative voices. And as these AI tools work based on models or patterns, it could lead to our students mimicking these patterns and instead of experimenting with unconventional literary techniques. Are we to allow AI to strip our future generation of this unique capability? I trust that my colleagues on the opposing bench have not just identified this gray area, but had done their homework to ensure that creativity is preserved and not generated. I suggest they start with the blank piece of paper. And Mr. Speaker, before a rushed, full-scale implementation, we should conduct pilot programs to test AI educational tools in controlled settings. These programs would involve rigorous monitoring, collection of feedback from students and teachers, and evaluating the tool's impact on learning outcomes. This is what a responsible government would do. Hence, why we're sitting here and you are over there. Mr. Speaker, I'd also just like to comment on something the member for Komoto said about Jamaica and the parental supervision. And I agree, that's a good point. But aren't children just as unpredictable as AI? The opposition leader herself has mentioned that children are already creating their own AI chat boxes. So who are we to underestimate the ability of children to evade such measures of protection? And yes, I know it sounds contradictory, but we have to consider that fact. So, as I come to a close in my contribution, Mr. Speaker, let us approach the integration of AI in education with caution, ensuring that we test, review, and analyze with a phased rollout process. Let us ensure that we foster an environment that values originality and creativity for the benefit of Trinidad and Tobago's future. I thank you.
The member for Oropuch East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me to partake in this debate. A core value of the Ministry of Digital Transformation is being flexible and agile to meet citizen-specific needs. With rapid technological advancement in our society, it is obvious that the specific need of our teachers and students is the ethical and responsible use of AI into our nation's schools. So let me ask a question. Is the minister really flexible and agile to meet this specific need? As responsible members of the opposition, we are not impulsive, and I guarantee you that this is a well-researched motion supported by feedback from our constituents. Therefore, if the government rejects this motion, they're essentially rejecting the thoughts and ideas of the citizens of this country. Mr. Speaker, we are passionate about this motion because we can see the immense benefit that this could have on the citizens of this country. That is why we are willing to collaborate with the government, and today we are proposing a 3-stage AI implementation policy. Stage 1 deals with creating the AI. We are proposing that the Ministries of Education and Digital Transformation collaborate to create a secure AI-driven platform tailored to the educational needs of our country. This platform should support students preparing for CXC exams by sourcing information directly from various syllabi, local and regional textbooks, and past papers. To ensure a safe and healthy learning platform, as stated in Recital 5, this platform should be trained to block out all inappropriate content. Stage 2 deals with connectivity and devices. During the pandemic, the government boasted no child was left behind. We are calling on the government to ensure that no school is left behind. This can be done by ensuring that all schools have access to reliable internet and adequate devices so that the teachers and students could use this program effectively. Stage 3 deals with the launch and training. The Ministry of Education should provide training for teachers and students so that they can utilize this AI platform effectively to their advantage. Mr. Speaker, as previously mentioned, we are not impulsive, and this is a well-researched motion supported by feedback from our constituents. I spoke to teachers in my constituency, and many of them admit to already using AI in the classroom to help them create comprehensive lessons for their students with various learning styles. They even highlight that AI helps them to detect plagiarism and cheating, which has been an ongoing concern in our nation's schools for months now. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, whether we like it or not, AI is here. However, we could leave it unregulated, or the government could do the wise and responsible thing of ensuring that this is ethically and responsibly integrated into our nation's schools. Many, many years ago, Dr. Eric Williams once said, "The future of our nation are in our children's book bags." I close by saying that, yes, that is still true, but in this day and age of advancing technology, the future of our nation are also in our children's digital toolkits. I thank you.
The Minister of National Security, member for Laventille West.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity and privilege to put my take on this timely and relevant debate. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to quote that this motion calls on this National Youth Parliament calls on the government of Trinidad and Tobago to develop a policy, but it also states while ensuring safeguards to protect the well-being of our students of Trinidad and Tobago. So, in relation to my Ministry of National Security, I'd like to highlight a detrimental and unmentioned risk that the opposition has failed to even talk about, and that being data security and the sensitive data that is taken by AI that can be lost or be stolen if not regulated properly. And I believe the opposition does not understand English properly, so I'll have to reiterate this in a different manner. So please, Mr. Speaker, allow me to quote briefly a word of literature. Does the opposition know how much sensitive data about children these schools keep? Maybe my colleagues are correct in saying that they are just fast asleep. Does the opposition know how easy the best data security protection can just unfold, making all our previous acts and software feel fragile and old? Do they have any ideas or any plans to protect, to keep the data of our youth safe and correct? Please. An article by Forbes, published March of this year, stated that with the implementation of AI in academic purposes, it also comes with the detrimental risk of data loss. And Mr. Speaker, the loss of our data for our students, for our parents, for our teachers of this nation is no small matter. And with the advancement of technology, the Ministry of National Security has had to grapple with the side effects of cybercrime and cybersecurity risks of this nation. So I say to you, implementing AI into the education sector and into the classroom without proper regulation will cause nothing but problems. But I do not come to you here today with just negativity. I come to you today with recommendations, not for development of a policy for AI, but for the development and education to the opposition, that we need a foundation before we even talk about this. Two brief points. Firstly, with this, we need to have a separation of data that the AI is taking in. The sensitive data shall be placed separately from that of the regular data taken in by the students and teachers. Also, we need continuous development of security software for schools, not just that do have technology for it, but those that are underdeveloped. Also, Mr. Speaker, it would be unwise to turn a blind eye to the common topic of speaking when talking about the risks of AI, and that being plagiarism. I've heard a member for the opposition briefly speak on it, but I feel that they're just waiting for the government to actually do their job for them. The government not doing it if the government did their work. Gosh. A statistic by edweek.org reveals that the amount of plagiarism since 2023 is between the amount of 70 to 60% since the implementation of ChatGPT. Can you imagine that? What type of workforce does the opposition wish to create for students and the youth that would rather use an AI to just give them the answers than actually take the time and learn? If the government did their job. I propose for this AI to AI detection assignments to better understand if students are using it for cheating, because AI is best to detect AI itself. Also, restricted use of AI from overused subjects such as English, literature, history, and art to not underdeveloped students and their creative juices. Pause. As we can see, every door that we are open with a point for the development of the policy, we are reminded that there's so much room for improvement. For trying to implement AI in a system that is not up to standard, it's like putting rims on a donkey cart and calling it a Benz. As you can see, Mr. Speaker, the government does not come to you today with just negativity towards the AI and the motion, but also notions and recommendations to educate the opposition that we do not outright disagree with this motion. We agree in essence, but we understand that there is need for improvement before we even start to go talk about this. I close with this. I do hope the opposition understand the need for a strong foundation for the preparation to be done. And we do welcome the support if they would give it. Because, as a previous Prime Minister, the Honorable Patrick Manning said, a nation can only achieve greatness when its people are united. So please, can the opposition stop, as their word is, opposing us and work with the government and to better Trinidad and Tobago and be ready for this national and needed change.
Member, your time has expired.
If the government did their job.
The member for Barataria, Sanwan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to contribute to this debate. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Education said in her contribution, and I quote, "The opposition is chasing after technological trends." Mr. Speaker, excuse me, but I'm a bit confused because it wasn't not the Minister of Education herself in the introduction of her education policy that said the world is experiencing a digital revolution, and if Trinidad and Tobago does not get on board, we will be left behind. So I am confused, Mr. Speaker, because clearly the Minister is contradicting herself. The minister also spoke about the student support division that is in place in secondary schools and primary schools to help students. To respond to this, I would like to share with the Honorable House a quote by Tutor President, who said, "The late interventions of the SSD in response to bullying in this country of this year goes to show that the ministry is plagued by bureaucracy and a lack of staffing." So, Mr. Speaker, how can the government clearly sit here today and say that they are doing enough when clearly the opposite is true? Mr. Speaker, throughout the entirety of the government's contribution thus far, the phrases that really stood out to me is the government plans to do, the government plans to fully proclaim, the government acknowledges, the government is working to. Mr. Speaker, when will the government stop planning to do and actually act and create meaningful change within this country? We, the opposition, will not sit idly by. And as the next government of Trinidad and Tobago, we will do the best to fulfill the empty promises that the government is proposing. Mr. Speaker, the old traditional one-size-fits-all classroom overlooks the diversity that is Trinidad and Tobago. And I could attest to this in my constituency of Barataria Sawa, where teachers are overworked having to cater to individual student needs. The introduction of AI has the potential to address this perpetuating cycle of educational inequalities within Trinidad and Tobago. And I do acknowledge that this transition will take time. And I'm glad that the Minister of National Security highlighted the risks that come with AI. And now, before the Minister of Youth Development and National Service crosses the floor, the opposition have come up with suggestions to address their concerns. To address the privacy and data protection concerns, I refer to the Data Protection Act that was partially proclaimed in 2021. AI technologies were not accounted for when this was partially proclaimed, and as such, this leaves our children vulnerable to data misuse, data theft, data loss, and subjugation to inappropriate content. Data security and cybersecurity is something that are pressing issues that we must address first before we attend to this policy. And since the Ministry of National Security and the Attorney General's office clearly isn't doing anything to address cybersecurity, clearly shown by the over 200 cybersecurity attacks since 2019, we, the opposition, have come up with a coordinated approach. Just as the Ministry of National Security have adopted a National Drug Council to deal with illegal drug trafficking, we suggest the creation of an Ethics and Security Council on the use of AI to monitor all AI frameworks within Trinidad and Tobago. Furthermore, to strengthen data protection, we call on the government of Trinidad and Tobago to fully proclaim the Data Protection Act to include operational guardrails similar to Microsoft's AI framework and the European Union's regulatory framework. This act should include pre-definition of rules of AI to ensure privacy and protection, give the right to opt out of data usage and consent, as well as set clear transparency and accountability requirements. Mr. Speaker, both the Attorney General and the Minister of Education expressed that this motion, they agree with the essence of this motion, but it's premature in nature. This goes to show that the government would rather vote against than suggest meaningful alternatives and support an opposition motion. Mr. Speaker, we, the opposition, is and has always been about putting people over politics and putting education over party, something the current government has failed to do in their umpteen years in power, Mr. Speaker. And hence, we, the opposition, and again, as the next government of Trinidad and Tobago, have formulated this motion to ensure a better Trinidad for tomorrow. And I call upon all honorable members of this chamber to vote positively to this motion. And again, I would like to refer to the quote that the Minister of National Security mentioned. A nation can only achieve greatness when its people are united. So let us, both opposition and government, work together to ensure a better future for tomorrow. I thank you.
The Minister of Health, Member for Diego Martin, North East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to contribute to this debate today. Now, the member for Bataria Stanwan stood up here and talked utter nonsense. Member, I urge you to go back to the circus.
Member, please withdraw that statement, please.
Mr. Speaker.
Opposition bench, I do not recall asking for an audience to validate my ruling. Silence, please. Member, you may continue.
Mr. Speaker, I must agree with the...
Withdraw your statement.
Mr. Speaker, I take back my statement. And I must agree with the Minister of Education that once again this government has to clean up the mess of the opposition. Now, I understand the opposition's views and their concerns to this motion, and we, the government, like the spirit of it, but we need to ensure that whatever steps we take as a government, it is for the enhancement of our nation's children with regards to their education. And I would like to thank my government colleagues for their dedicated hard work and their continued support. Yes, AI sounds very cool, and somehow the opposition is trying to care for our students, but this motion lacks proper content. But don't worry, the government is here to dot the I's and cross the T's. AI wouldn't be here forever, Mr. Speaker, and I still feel as if the opposition is all caught up in AI. They just want the government to copy and paste AI into our education curriculum, but this cannot be so. Mr. Speaker, education is very important and powerful, aiding to the acquisition of knowledge, skills, and learning development. AI in the classroom is an avenue for students, but we can't only watch the positives, we have to watch the negatives as well, ensuring that every child gets treated fairly and equally. Yes, it can enhance their learning and their understanding, and the government understands that, don't worry. Mr. Speaker, recital 2 of the motion speaks to limiting the development of critical thinking, and I totally agree with this. Allowing a child to think critically helps them to solve real-life scenarios and helps with their brain development. And to support my counter-argument, I would have gotten a UNESCO article published on the 23rd of February 2024 titled, "Critical Thinking and Generative AI," said, and I quote, "Critical thinking is a major part of student development, and with AI being used in the classroom, there will be plagiarism and cheating." Mr. Speaker, could you imagine a child is preparing for an examination and they have no technological access or they fall short of Wi-Fi? What would they do? If a child was to heavily rely on AI, it will hinder their word and their phrase development. And I would like to reiterate on the statement critical thinking, as it is a major part of student development, highlighted on the Ministry of Education website mission plan. Mr. Speaker, we want young, smart, critical thinkers who are the leaders of tomorrow. We want youngsters who are the voice for the voiceless. And we want smart decision makers. Such policy should have no negative effect on students' health. And Mr. Speaker, as the Minister of Health, I take my ministerial role very important. And I can stand here proudly and say that the Ministry of Health, in collaboration with the Student Support Services of the Ministry of Education, will continue to work together to show that safe, healthy, and conducive learning environment is provided for all our nation's children. Mr. Speaker, ensuring that they have access to equal quality education. And we in the Ministry of Health are already utilizing AI, where we are now training our medical interns to use the AI robots utilized in our hospitals, all preparing them for the modern workforce. That is the government that works, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, allow me to present a study from Nexus.org was Dr. Ahmad Ali, Assistant Professor in Engineering Management, where he showed that out of 285 students, that 68.9% are lazy and 27.7% lost decision making on the usage of AI. Mr. Speaker, if we leave out critical thinking, then what would we be raising? We wouldn't be raising leaders, we would be raising followers. So, Mr. Speaker, as I close, if I was to grade the opposition, I would have graded them an F for fail. They fail to see the negatives and the harm that this policy can cause to our nation's children. So I urge them to go back to the drawing board. Come good, come prepared and come with your facts. And until you can do this government will not be supporting artificial intelligence in the classroom. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Members, this is a reminder of Standing Order 48.4. It shall be out of order to use offensive and insulting language about members of either house. Right? Keep that in mind. I call on the member for Couva North.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. Before I begin, I would like to address some things that should not be left unsaid. Member for St. Anne's said they have been working tirelessly and have been taking the necessary steps to ensure that our youth are prepared. Yet the pass rate in CSEC 2024 was 42%. The member for Diego Martin said that we are copy and pasting AI. And I would like to reiterate the motion that says we are calling on the government to integrate the ethical and responsible use of AI. This generation shapes the future. Martin Luther King once said, "I have a dream today." And we, the opposition, have a dream that can be brought to reality with the assistance of the government. This powerful line underscores the importance of vision and action. Today, we have the technology and the opportunity to introduce AI in classrooms, sparking students' curiosity and preparing them for the future. By investing in AI-driven educational tools, we are shaping the workforce of tomorrow. AI unlocks immense opportunities, and we hold the golden key. Mr. Speaker, let us use this key. We, the opposition, are aware of the risks that integrating this policy may pose. Hence, we would like to make some suggestions to mitigate these risks. We would like to suggest an AI literacy policy. AI literacy is the knowledge and skills needed to understand, interact with, and make informed decisions about artificial intelligence. An AI literacy policy will require AI providers to make it known to users that they are interacting with AI. A policy of this nature can mitigate risks such as over-reliance on technology, plagiarism, deepfakes, and the erosion of critical thinking skills. I would like to focus on key issues in the recital. Firstly, over-reliance on AI. A key aspect of AI literacy is understanding when and how to use AI effectively. By integrating an AI literacy policy into the curriculum, students and teachers can learn to use AI as a supportive tool, rather than becoming solely dependent on it. This emphasizes that AI can be used to enhance learning and productivity. Secondly, promoting critical thinking. Students must learn not to blindly accept information from AI, but should question its validity and potential biases. Instead of passively receiving information, students should engage in thoughtful inquiry while using AI to explore different perspectives and solutions. Thirdly, reducing plagiarism. Teaching students about the ethical use of AI and the dangers of improper usage can mitigate said risks. Students can learn about intellectual property and the importance of originality in academics. Teachers are also to be trained on how to detect such and can incorporate AI-driven plagiarism detection tools into the policy, such as Turnitin. The government's duty should be to prepare students for the modern workforce. Countries such as the United States, Japan, and Singapore are already using AI-based education technology to enhance and boost digital skills. The member for San Fernando East said that this is Trinidad. Yes, but why can't we do the same? Does that not reflect your governing? AI can be used, even in Barbados, CXC is leveraging AI to enhance its educational services. An AI literacy policy in education can prepare students for a future where AI plays a significant role. It is our duty to ensure that our youth are not left behind in an ever-evolving society. Dr. Wayne Wesley, CXC Registrar and Chief Executive Officer, said that we can talk about AI all we want, but if students are not literate and numerate, they will not harness the power of AI. Mr. Speaker, let us use this key. Thank you.
The Minister of Social Development and Family Services, member for San Fernando West.
Mr. Speaker, Thank you for giving me the opportunity to contribute to this very important debate. I sat and listened to the member of Superior, and I listened with intent, because we on the government side believe that the implementation of AI is fundamental to the future development of our new world infrastructure, especially when we speak about the education sector. Mr. Speaker, when we look at the motion, it cites, and I would like to congratulate the opposition leader and commend her for bringing this motion. It cites UNESCO has highlighted the need for age-appropriate regulation of AI use in the educational settings. And that same UNESCO has an article titled Use of AI in Education, Deciding on the Future We Want, published on May 16, 2024. They spoke about the regulations for AI, particularly in the education sector. We're not arguing that. What's important though, Mr. Speaker, if you will allow me, I want to quote something from that same article. It speaks to the differences between countries adapting AI in the education sector. And so they go on to say that the developed and rich countries can rely on a more robust technology infrastructure, as well as an ecosystem for innovation, which includes the private sector. They then go on to say that this is not the case in South, broadly speaking, and developing countries, which are grappling with digital infrastructure issues. So that same UNESCO said that the global South countries will have major issues with bridging the digital divide. And that is our first issue. So for the member of Superior to bring this motion, she must be admitted, I suppose.
Standing Order 4410.
Member, do refrain from reading. You may use your notes to refresh your memory, not read out your presentation. You may continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member must be admitting, I suppose, that we have already bridged the digital divide. And Mr. Speaker, we are not a government that mama guy. We will not be less than forthright with the people of Trinidad and Tobago. We cannot afford to count our chickens before they are hatched. And in order for us to reach here and talk about AI in the education curriculum and the regulations, the groundwork has already been set. And we are actually on par with getting this done. And I want to mention a few things, because you hear from the other side that we do nothing. We have the We Learn TT program. We have the program like the root cause analysis and critical thinking program, or the ICT support program. And these things, Mr. Speaker, is what is preparing and can prepare our teachers and students. And Mr. Speaker, I would like to close and state again, AI implementation is a fundamental feature that needs to be implemented to this country to benefit our future. But we are not ready for such an implementation right now. This does not mean we are sitting with our hands in our pockets. My ministry and the government as a whole are laying the foundation for this change. And one day, we will be ready for such a change. Until then, we will continue progressing to the future, with or without the collaboration of the opposition. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, this is a reminder of Standing Order 4410. Right? If you are requesting to read, you must seek my leave before. I now call on the member for Oropouche West to present.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to join this very timely debate. Now, I must first address what the Minister for Digital Transformation has said. Something along the lines of, we can't just place AI in our education system. We need to develop a policy. Now, I would remind the Minister that you do have a policy, sort of. You have draft policies, or rather failed promises about strengthening the ICT in our education system. What are your timelines on completing this mandate? Now, what needs to happen is you take these draft policies from up off their shelves and develop a step-by-step process to target all schools and institutions, thereby fulfilling your promises to the people of this nation. But, Mr. Speaker, let us move on. This motion is exemplary. Why? Because it equips the youth of this nation with the skills necessary to navigate the technological realities of this modern world. Now, it is quoted by the godmother of AI, Ms. Fei Lee herself, that the most successful workers will be those who can collaborate with AI to enhance their own skills and productivity. The future success of all our nation's youth is important. That's why I would like to be a voice for those students who are more vulnerable, those students with special needs. Mr. Speaker, I will admit that there are risks to the integration of AI into our education system. But the bigger risk is to do nothing. I'd like to call attention to the Ministry of Social Development's website, where, after hours, you can receive assistance from an AI chat box. So the government is already using AI to their own benefit. So why have we not extended this benefit to our more vulnerable youth? I fear this government suffers from implementation paralysis, where no action means you're working. Now, my friends on the opposite bench would bring mention to certain ethical concerns, saying a proposal like this may first expose students to inappropriate content and misinformation, encourage the overuse of time spent on a device and limit cognitive and critical thinking skills, and third, it may encourage cheating and plagiarism. But, Mr. Speaker, let me tell you why those concerns are excuses. They say that AI exposes students to inappropriate content and misinformation. But once we implement the correct regulation that we are actually calling for example, parental and administration controls, which are already imposed in technologies our special needs students use, for example, Google Classroom and YouTube, this excuse is highly unlikely. Now, they say that integrating ChatGPT will have children spend too much time on a screen and limit their critical thinking and cognitive skills. But I would argue the opposite. Our AI learning platform can employ adaptive questioning techniques. Now, this adaptability is perfect for our special needs students because it allows them to have a built-in tutor tool in the absence of a teacher or guidance. Now, this is how it works. The AI learns a student's habits and can provide more and more complex questions as the same student masters their material. This pushes a student to think with more reason while progressing at a personalized pace. So where then is this limitation that we speak of? My last point, Mr. Speaker, addresses the fear-mongering tactic on how AI may encourage students to cheat or hand in plagiarized work. But I'd like to ease the minds of my learned colleagues over on the government bench by stating that there is actually scant evidence that AI encourages students to be dishonest. In fact, a 2024 study done by the Center for Democracy and Technology has said that the conversation should be about teaching students how to use AI ethically and safely. This is how we create stellar, digitally informed citizens for our workforce. Mr. Speaker, I must make it clear to this chamber that we cannot wait on 20th century process to enact 21st century progress. Just like the Minister for National Security, I can rhyme too. We must start somewhere. So I urge the government to do their jobs. AI is not on our doorstep waiting to be let in. It's sat on our couch with its foot cocked up. It's here. And with that, I rest. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the Minister of Sport and Community Development, member for Tobago West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this debate. Mr. Speaker, the whole concept of integrating AI into the classroom is a good one. However, I believe that there are things that needs to be discussed before the implementation actually happens. Mr. Speaker, as the Minister of Sport and Community Development, I think that if a policy is to be integrated into our educational system, it must address the impact that AI could have on physical education and the preservation of our culture and community. Mr. Speaker, in the subject of physical education, AI can be used to help educate students on how to enhance their performances, prevent injuries, and things along those lines. Mr. Speaker, in an article published by Guardian.co.tt entitled "Sports in Schools, a Win-Win Situation," it highlighted a point which related sports to education. It clearly stated that physical activity...
Would the member give way?
Yes, I mean.
What was the date of publication of this article?
It was in March of 2024. As I continue, Mr. Speaker, it clearly stated that physical activity can lead to better academic performances. The National Institutes of Health also showed that studies have found that physical activity results in improved attention and increased academic performances. This will be vital for PE students, as we know that most PE students are involved in various sporting disciplines. Now, this is just the theoretical side of it. Think about the practical side. As we all know, for CSEC examinations, students are required to perform a practical exam in a sport of their choice. If PE teachers are able to use AI to help these students to enhance their physical attributes, it will yield greater performances. Now, the aforementioned article stated that physical activity leads to better academic performances. Now, think about the all-round performance that these students will be putting out. Not only will they be able to yield a greater performance in physical education, but also the various subjects that they apply their studies in. Mr. Speaker, for the 2024 CSEC merit list, only one student from Trinidad and Tobago made that list. Do you know which countries dominated that list? Both Jamaica and Barbados. Mr. Speaker, I believe that without a doubt, AI can help take the subject of physical education to another level in Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to the integration of AI into the classroom, particularly in this part of the world, some challenges present themselves as it relates to our culture. Mr. Speaker, in a presentation done by the United Nations Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean on October 17, 2024, entitled Navigating AI Dilemmas, an AI program was asked to generate images of Caribbean schoolboys and schoolgirls in front of his or her school. The images produced seem to be representative of American schoolboys and schoolgirls. Mr. Speaker, I believe that the policy needs to address the issue of cultural bias, and it should be done in efforts to preserve our culture and sense of community. Think about the students who will be utilizing this tool, especially the students who may not even be from Trinidad and Tobago that is within our educational system. Mr. Speaker, this will be crucial for students in the subject areas such as Caribbean studies and history. Subject areas such as the aforementioned are heavily subjective, and to integrate AI, which presents such cultural bias, will only rob our students of the true knowledge of our country that they ought to obtain. The policy must address the importance of having accurate information about our country's culture, as it will allow students to be competent in these subject areas that requires it. Mr. Speaker, in closing, I'd like to state that the motion addresses the point of integrating AI into the classroom to enhance learning. Mr. Speaker, I believe that these points I have brought up will be crucial in aiding and helping with the enhancing of learning in the classroom for the students of Trinidad and Tobago. Thank you.
The member for Naparima.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you for providing me the opportunity to stand today and give my support on this motion. I would like to start off with a quote from World Economic Forum Future on Jobs Report 2023, which states that skills related to AI, data science, and digital literacy are becoming nearly indispensable in every industry. The motion in Recital 1 also states, and I quote, whereas the increasing integration of artificial intelligence, AI technologies into various sectors has demonstrated both the potential for enhanced human capacity for sustainable development. This also includes the Ministry of Sports and Community Development. But I'll touch more on that in the future. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to point out something. The members of the government bench claims to be agreeing with the spirit of the motion. But do they really? Do they really? They seem to be pointing out their ministry's downfall and what the country seems to be lacking. But last time I checked, they are the ministers of this country. They were deemed worthy of this position to take up the responsibility of managing Trinidad and Tobago. So, who really bears the blame when highlighting the failures of our nation? Also, in the motion, recital 6 states, and I quote, "Be it resolved that this National Youth Parliament call on the government," let me repeat, this National Youth Parliament call on the government, not the opposition. We are just here to give ideas and suggestions. We are not here to develop the policy. Mr. Speaker, allow me to continue with an example. There is a California-based company called Atos that produces sensor-laden clothing. These clothing target and analyze specific muscles, allowing coaches and PE instructors to give individualized feedback based on real-time data provided. If we as Trinidad and Tobago, if we as a United Nation is able to develop and utilize technologies like this, do you know the competitive edge we can gain economically? Well, I don't think the government do, but we do. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to draw our attention back to the Ministry of Sports and Community Development. And their policy vision indicates the establishment of clear and holistic pathways to sporting development and sporting achievement that will lead to the evolution and growth of our nation. But let's stick up in there and keep that thought in mind. As you already know, AI offers a transformative approach to personalized learning and data-driven fitness programs. Not only that, but helping PE teachers identify areas of concern early and work on preventing injury. But is that really all that there is to AI? What about allowing the Ministry of Sports and Community Development identifying high-performing sport boys and girls that can represent our nation? But before they can do that, I think that there is some problems in their ministry that they need to be resolved, such as overall governance and lack of funding and financial management. We, the opposition, have a simple solution to this. How about sitting down, revising your plans, and outlining specific goals and objectives that aligns with their policy, not only vision, but as well their mandate? Mr. Speaker, I might not be a doctor, but it seems to be that the members on the government bench suffers from a narrow road of myopic thinking. And if you don't know, that means short-sightedness. But Mr. Speaker, we today as the opposition are here, as I said, to give ideas and suggestions. Allow me to illustrate a cause and effect scenario here. If the Ministry of Sports and Community Development sit down and realize that allocating funds to specific goals, not goals that will fall short in the future, such as the development of infrastructure, which they fail to manage today, but goals such as developing AI in the classrooms in collaboration with the Ministry of Sports and Community Development, which have many benefits, as I said, helping the students with learning and also helping the teachers as well. But what about developing superlative athletes? And I'm sure we as a body made up of visionary pragmatists can see the many benefits that can come from our nation having superlative athletes, such as sponsorships. Athletes can also become global idols for our country and help bring in resources that can help build our country economically. But Mr. Speaker, due to time, I shall not stand here and bore everyone that gazed their eyes upon me. My job here today was to simply stand and convince you all of how beneficial AI can be in our nation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Minister of Energy and Energy Industries, Member for Port of Spain North.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I don't know if the member of Barataria San Juan was debating or giving his political speech. Member for Caroni East, you want to give recommendations to a policy you want to implement? AI is not far from death. It can be here today and gone tomorrow. I rise in the support of the idea behind this motion, as I acknowledge the essential role AI can play in transforming the future workforce. Through recent discussions with the Minister of Labour and the Minister of Education, we recognize the critical role AI is going to play in transforming the energy sector. However, we had one significant concern: the over-reliance of AI causing a skill imbalance. The government cannot provide jobs for everyone, and that has been a saying for centuries. But having an AI-driven automation in the energy sector is going to reduce the necessity for certain manual jobs, which will lead to a job insecurity. We must avoid creating a workforce that is proficient in AI, but cannot independently think nor problem solve. In 2021, UNESCO AI and education guidance policymakers suggest that over-reliance on AI is going to cause a reduce in student development. Not same time green bush drop of water, it does rotten. So while the implementation of this policy may seem all glitter and gold, if it's not done with the correct approach, we are putting our students at a disadvantage. We have to think about one's mental health, as in 2017, America's Psychological Association stated that over-reliance on AI yet again is going to increase student anxiety and stress. When students came out of the COVID-19 pandemic, they could not go to school without relying on their devices. Is that the era you all want to send them back into? This ministry was allocated $6.1 billion in the 2024 fiscal budget. So do not think funding this policy is an issue. It is not about money. But we must avoid creating a workforce that cannot independently think, as I stated. These students must be engaged with the correct and contextual dialogue. That when you chat TT, when they search on it, that the steel pan that they want, a frying pan does not come up instead. This is a policy of promise. This is a policy of hope, and these students are our future workforce. So as I'm going to reiterate, if AI is not integrated with a balanced approach, crap or smoke we pipe as a nation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Moruga Tableland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me the opportunity to contribute to this debate. Now, I have a note of congratulations to the Minister of Education. I believe that that performance you made earlier was worthy of an Oscar. You talk about equity and putting the cart before the horse, but in some areas, the cart is already before the horse. In secondary schools in my constituency, those schools being Moruga Secondary, Cohen Hamilton Secondary, and Tableland Secondary School, even though they might have very poor infrastructure to relay reliable Wi-Fi connections, certain teachers are already buying data plans or projectors out of their own pocket to teach their students more effectively. So if teachers see the need of implementing AI into the school system, what is the government waiting for? You also mentioned about starting a pilot project in primary schools in Trinidad, which is admirable, but what about Tobago? I think I saw your fellow members of Tobago East and West flinching when you didn't mention Tobago. So what are you saying? Trinidad's issues are more important than Tobago's? I thought we were a twin island republic. And to the Deputy Speaker, you mentioned that our over-reliance on AI can destroy creativity, which is true. But according to Recital 2, we are not calling for the over-reliance of AI. We are instead calling for the responsible use of AI in the education system in order to adjust to the changing workforce as technology becomes more and more integrated into the society. So maybe you should check your facts first, because I think ChatGPT was wrong or something. I don't know. But in terms of preparing our students for the future in Recital 4, we are not only becoming more technologically advanced, Mr. Speaker, But as a small island developing state, we are also vulnerable to the effects of climate change. And AI can be used as a tool in problem solving these issues and other environmental issues, such as air and water pollution, energy consumption, and dealing with the effects of climate change, such as increased flooding and beach erosion. A common example being used in the United States is Jetland. It provides a tailored and engaging and accessible education to children while using AI. And it encourages hands-on application to projects in applying AI to addressing environmental changes. Thus, it is not giving the child the answer to how to solve environmental problems, but helping the child to think along the lines of solving such problems. And there are real-world applications to this, Mr. Speaker. According to an article published by the World Economic Forum, 9 ways AI is helping tackle climate change, published in February 2024, the United Nations has launched a project called IKI. This project uses AI to predict weather patterns.
Mr. Speaker, Standing Order 48.1, relevance.
Thank you. Member, though I do understand your argument, please gauge it in the scope of this debate. You may continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. But may the Attorney General please allow me to finish the point before I explain myself? This project uses AI to detect weather patterns, aiding African communities in Africa to adjust to the changing climates due to climate change. Now, I want us to think for a moment, Mr. Speaker. We are a small island developing state in the Caribbean. What do we have that affects us on a yearly basis? Hurricanes and tropical storms. Thus, if we can teach students to implement this AI we can be able to detect tropical storms and hurricanes much faster.
Mr. Speaker, Standing Order 48.1, relevance.
Still relevant. Well, given the standing order, yes, but remember your time has expired. The Minister of Youth Development and National Service, Member for Talparo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me to give my thoughts on this debate. Mr. Speaker, firstly, I'd like to address the member from Muruga Tablan because he said that the government does not care about Tobago, it's just a Trinidad problem. However, the member is hallucinating because we never said that. We said that we would be working to fix Trinidad and Tobago. So, member, please listen carefully, but next time. Mr. Speaker, AI has rapidly transformed from a futuristic concept to an integral part of our daily lives. And in education, it is no exception. Yes, we agree that AI can be used in education. AI is a very powerful tool. It can help our students. However, as there are many advantages, there are also many disadvantages. According to an article posted on the 29th of May this year by UNESCO.org labeled Use of AI in Education, Deciding on the Future We Want, they stated that AI won't always be there and that AI can hinder cognitive thinking and critical thinking skills among students. So the main reason, the main goal of the education system and the Ministry of Youth Development and National Service is to help transition students from the education system into the workforce. So if students are exposed to AI in the classroom and have grown fond of using it in the classroom, and they reach into the workforce where AI is no longer available, according to the article, what would happen? Did they even give this a thought? No. So, according to Walden University, on an article labeled 5 Pros and Cons of AI in the Education Sector, they also stated that AI can be used for cheating, and I quote, students can use ChatGPT to write essays, answer quiz questions, and submit work that isn't theirs. So, bearing all these negatives in mind, a responsible government like us, we would suggest that AI be used to help teachers in the classroom. For example, teachers can use AI to grade students' work, set exam papers. And an article done by the University of San Diego, published on 24 December 2023, labeled 39 examples of AI in the education, stated that AI can be seen in many schools, but it is not exposed to students. However, it is being used to help teachers. And not only would this benefit our teachers, but it would benefit our students as well, because the teachers would have more time on their hands now that they don't have to correct exams and set papers, which means they would be able to teach students and more production would be done in the classroom. And with this, students can finish the syllabus a lot faster, have extra time, and be less stressed. And, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to address the opposition. The member for Princestown accused my bench of using AI to write our speech. She's not here right now. But in this motion here, in the fourth recital, it says several international studies. Does the opposition know the word of several, or did they use AI? Because the only international study that I heard the opposition use was UNESCO. So in my closing, Mr. Speaker, I would like to say that, yes, we the government, we agree with the use of AI in the education system, but we do not agree with what the opposition is proposing. Thank you.
The member for Faizabad.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It seems that we have a fan on the government bench, as this minister is for the motion. Mr. Speaker, I would like to start off with a quote from UNICEF's Children and AI Framework, which states, "The healthy development of children is crucial to the future well-being of any society. And the cost of failing our children is enormous to the society of Trinidad and Tobago." With this in mind, the ethical considerations pertaining to this motion is most needed to uphold and protect children's privacy in the age of AI. Mr. Speaker, technology waits for no one. And as a nation, we need to pave the way for our nation's students. Mr. Speaker, with the use of AI, we can narrow the learning gaps that exist in our current education system. And as a previous member of this bench said, students with learning disabilities. AI can provide greater accessibility of resources such as audiobooks for students who are visually impaired and digital textbooks for students who have hearing loss. And also it can help students with dyslexia and dysgraphia. According to the IGI Global Scientific Publishing, which was published on October 9, 2023, I quote, "By embracing AI language, models, educators, and parents can empower children with dyslexia and dysgraphia, providing them with the necessary tools and to support and overcome their learning challenges." As a bench, we do understand that there are risks pertaining to the integration of AI into the classroom for our students. Hence, we would like to suggest the development of our own AI, as discussed previously.
which will significantly reduce the inappropriate content that is generated by our AI, since we will be putting in information regarding to the ministry's curriculum. For instance, we would like to suggest some guardrails that the government could implement, which is the establishment of a body for the ethical considerations for the integration of AI, which will require the collaboration between the government, policymakers, and teachers to oversee the integration of AI. This bench has 5 requirements regarding those guardrails. 1, to support children's development and well-being. Prioritize fairness and non-discrimination for children. Protect children's data privacy. Provide transparency, accountability, and explainability for students. And prepare children for the present and modern workforce. Our AI tool will be customized with standard instructions to students' learning. Hence, the information provided to students via this AI will be relevant to the ministry's curriculum, which will terminate students' exposure to inappropriate content. And I would like to address the member for Tunapuna and the Minister of Health, where they stated that how AI will degrade a student's critical thinking skills, but our AI will ensure that the AI will develop real-world complex problems, which will require analytical capabilities of our students so they can solve real-world problems, which I think, and I will think my bench will agree, that is a requirement of the modern workforce, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
The Minister of Public Utilities, Member for Lupino, Porne West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me to partake in this debate. Now, before I begin, I'd just like to address the member for Faizabad, and that she commented that we have a fan on the government bench. However, I'd just like to tell her that he did not state that that we should implement the motion, but just that AI may help teachers. This does not state, he does not agree that the implementation of the motion should occur. Now, before I begin, I'd just like to reinforce the belief of all of the government members on this bench, which is that we support the essence of this motion, but there are many underlying issues which need to be first addressed before we can implement such a technology into our education system. However, so far, they only seem to be focusing on 1 or 2 parts of the motion, and they barely mention anything about the inappropriate content which may arise within the education system if this was to occur. Now, some may say that AI is unbiased. And to those people, I say AI is so unbiased that it is able to replicate every form of prejudice presented to offend everyone equally. How lovely of it. The reality behind AI is that it reflects the views of those who create it, which is predominantly Europeans and North Americans. Therefore, such a technology is ill-equipped to answer Caribbean questions. Now, in my allotted time, I'll try not to keep it long. In my allotted time, I'll just try to highlight on 3 main issues which may arise from the unregulated implementation of AI concerning the information being taught to our students. Now, my first point is that chatbots may provide bias and misinformation to students. Now, the motion calls upon us to address the risk of the expression of inappropriate content to students. However, I haven't heard any opposition mention this properly. They seem to be more focused on STEM subjects and how this could affect them. However, in the fields such as humanities, this is where issues begin to arise, as subjects such as history, sociology, and even literature, and many more, are based on subjective perspectives, which need proper moral judgment and guidance to ensure that these students do not take away a bias and prejudice don't take a bias and prejudice view on these subjects. My second point I'd like to address is that AI poses a threat towards religious education. This is of great importance to our nation, as our nation has a lot of religious schools within them, and the implementation of an AI has been shown to generate inappropriate and offensive information concerning religious texts and iconography. And this could have underlying effects within our nation, such as leading to the undermining of religious education, the creation of tensions among students of different religions, as well as challenging traditional values which could affect the future of our workforce. In a study entitled AI in Academe, which was published by the Pontifical and Royal University of Santo Tomas, it is shown that within India, AI had generated false information concerning the Bhagavad Gita to students, and which condoned violence against non-Hindus, as well as inappropriate and offensive iconography concerning religious figures, which led to outrage amongst parents within India. If such an issue was to arise within our education system, it can lead to the abandoning of traditional values and moral beliefs, which can lead to the breakdown of our education system and increase in deviancy. My third and final point is that AI has been shown to perpetuate biases and favoritism towards certain groups. This has been shown by Rui Khan's statement on AI and within education, which was made from the London School of Economics in April 2024, in which she stated that evidence was shown that AI promoted favorably towards men compared to women, and that women were seen as needing more improvement and guidance compared to males. And in a diverse society such as ours, this can lead to many different biases arising amongst our students. Now, to address these issues,
Member, your time has expired.
Thank you.
The Minister of Trade and Industry, Point Fortin. Member for Point Fortin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me to contribute to this debate. The opposition is calling upon us, the government, to create a policy that allows for the integration of artificial intelligence into the classroom. But I would like to say something first. It seems as if the opposition is going through something called presbycusis, also known as hearing loss. I am hearing things from the opposition that have not been said on this bench. Today, I will be speaking I support the motion in essence, Mr. Speaker. I agree that AI is here. We must approach this discussion with clarity. However, AI is not a magic wand. It's not a crutch that we can rely on. It is a tool. And it's a powerful one at that. It must be used with foresight, Mr. Speaker. Lifelong learning, the true cornerstone of resilience, which is what I'm going to be talking about here today. Without it, we are risking preparing students for today's jobs while leaving them unprepared for tomorrow's challenges. The opposition deserves credit for their enthusiasm. But, Mr. Speaker, enthusiasm can only get you so far. That will not build a robust policy. They claim that safeguards will address all the risks of artificial intelligence.
Mr. Speaker, Standing Order 4410, the member is reading.
Member, do refrain from reading. I have addressed this House of that. You may continue.
I will continue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I was saying, the government, the opposition, they claim that providing safeguards towards the use of artificial intelligence in this classroom or the education system will curve all of the issues. But how are we going to do this when there are problems that have not even arisen yet? Artificial intelligence is ever evolving. Technology is ever evolving. What problems may arise? So I would like to quote the World Economic Forum's Future of Jobs report, posted on the 30th of April 2023, found that 44% of workers' skills will need updating within the next 5 years due to technological advancements. If nearly half of today's workforce is scrambling to keep up, are we truly equipping our students for the workforce later on? Or are we handing them tools that will be outdated faster than last year's smartphones? Let's turn to McKinsey's and Company's report, Reimagining the Role of Technology in Education, posted on 15th of June 2022. It highlights how AI-powered tools can empower students to take charge of their learning outside of the classroom. But empowerment only works if students are taught to think critically and adapt. Otherwise, Mr. Speaker, AI risks becoming another gadget that students will just use. Where in the opposition's motion guarantee that AI will foster these essential skills? I want to ask, where is the roadmap for preparing students to navigate careers like roles that didn't exist a decade ago? Are we preparing them to lead into roles or merely training them for jobs that will vanish? Mr. Speaker, AI is not the problem, it is how we use it. It cannot teach curiosity, it cannot substitute for adaptability, and it surely cannot provide resilience. While the opposition's motion is well-meaning, it is a short-term fix for a long-term challenge.
Mr. Speaker, Standing Order 4410, the member is reading.
Member, this is your last warning. Please refrain from the reading. You may continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I was saying, I appreciate the opposition's passion for this. For this motion. AI is here, and I will not deny that. But I will ask them again, does this motion ensure students don't survive this thrive? How will it guarantee that classrooms just don't churn graduates, How does it guarantee that classrooms don't just churn out graduates that will work jobs today, but will cultivate lifelong learners who can redefine industries and shape the future? I will leave it at this note. Mr. Speaker, the government, their passion, I appreciate it. I will applaud it even. But I will say that it's very bold to have this much passion without any policy. It is.
Member, your time has expired. Thank you. The member for Chaguanas East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me to join in this debate. Today, I stand in support of this motion. This motion is piloted by a visionary opposition leader. She may wear glasses, but she has a vision. The multiple times that the government has missed our relevant points, it seems that they are the ones who are experiencing hearing loss. Recital 3 of this motion speaks to AI tools being properly regulated so that plagiarism can be avoided. In an article dated January 9, 2024, Purdue, the university in the United States of America, endorsed the use of Turnitin, a software that flags plagiarism and flags documents that are AI generated. The article further highlighted that all documents submitted to Turnitin will be checked via the AI detector, and if plagiarism is detected by the software, it will be automatically be displayed to teachers. Mr. Speaker, this is why this software is clearly being proven to be effective. Therefore, if the government agrees with this motion, we are suggesting that this is one of the many software programs that can be used to treat with plagiarism in our education system. The government may say that Turnitin is a US-based software and cannot be used in Trinidad and Tobago, but let me put their fears to rest. The University of the West Indies already uses Turnitin to detect plagiarism and AI-generated documents. If a prestigiously and globally recognized university uses AI to detect plagiarism and AI in a classroom, don't you think it's effective? Shouldn't it be used in our school education system too? We must ensure that the students of this nation are prepared to navigate the evolving technological realities. But we must also ensure that the policy that we are asking the government to develop ensures that AI in a classroom is used responsibly and ethically. Therefore, we don't have to reinvent the wheel. As mentioned before, Purdue University in the United States is already using Turnitin to regulate plagiarism. UE is already using Turnitin to regulate plagiarism. This is why today we are proposing that even if we implement AI into the school education system in Trinidad and Tobago, we can use Turnitin as a software to regulate plagiarism. Mr. Speaker, this is why we are calling on the government to support this motion, because we are not trying to say that AI is perfect and without fault. We urge that the government to develop a balanced policy that will ensure the responsible and ethical AI use in the classroom. We recognize that if AI is not ethically and responsibly integrated, it can cause students to cheat and plagiarize. Therefore, today, we are saying that the opposition is ready. We are ready to work side by side as our national anthem states with the government to ensure a balanced policy can be implemented. Thank you.
The Minister in the Ministry of Education, Member Abedi Omera.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The government is committed to the works, and there's a reason why there are two ministers under this portfolio. My role today is to ensure or to draw the attention to all the areas that has made no mention to, and the government is making allocations for, the performing arts sector. Member for Oropouche East mentioned no school left behind. No one in the opposition bench mentioned the performing arts sector. Mr. Speaker, schools are left behind. On Tuesday, the 26th of September 2023, a symposium was held on AI and the impacts on the performing arts. UTT program leader of the Carnival Studies, Dr. Kelia Francis, made mentions AI would be able to pull the cosmology but cannot tell a feeling, something we already knew. Mr. Speaker, media personality Jeron Remy played an AI-generated sound of Kesty Band, something that sounded familiar. Can you believe Kes had no input in this at all? I want to draw to the attention to the opposition. Does the law have any precedent and when it comes to AI and intellectual property? Because there's to some degree intellectual property infringement, and the government is allocating upwards $50 million in this sector. The performing arts has many variations: literature, poetry, music, and musical instruments that defines pitch, sound, rhythm. AI cannot replicate. AI cannot replicate our national steel pan of any sort. Mr. Speaker, I come today very well prepared. I used an AI-generated tool to depict steel pan. Can you believe what it showed me? Literal pots and pans. Do you want this in our education sector? No, we don't. Mr. Speaker, I would like to propose at least two policies that we may want to mention. Teacher training for professional development in teachers to use AI and AI tools responsibly in the arts education sector. And curriculum integration to introduce a core course in the bachelor's degree program focusing on arts technology and AI, as well as the performance analysis and creativity in the digital age that can provide ever-evolving workforce for our digital program. Thank you.
The Minister of Labour, the member for Labour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to speak on this very timely discussion. I do agree with the sentiment the opposition is presenting here in their motion, that AI can be used tremendously, whether it be for students or for teachers. I mean, just look at CXC. They no longer have to ask teachers to grade multiple choice papers. They just put it in their software. Quick, within a couple of hours, all papers have been graded and results are verified. However, though, I must say that we as a country, I don't believe we are ready. More so, I don't believe that even the opposition is ready, because I sat here listening to each of their members speak, and almost each one I was able to poke a hole in what they said. The opposition has said that artificial intelligence has been around since as early as the 1950s. Need I remind you that the first government of Trinidad and Tobago was instituted in 1976. Clearly, you all need to brush up on your history. The member for...
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to call on Standing Order 53-1, crosstalk.
Member may continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member for Maruga Tableland would have said that someone on my bench made a comment and they disregarded Tobago. Need I remind you that it was your own member, the member for Barataria Sawan, who said, and I quote, "a better Trinidad for tomorrow." I recognize the member for Oropuch East, who would have said that they plan to implement localized learning for their proposed AI chatbot, ChatTT. But what of subjects that require resources outside of local and regional sources, such as the VAPA, such as history? What are you planning to do there? The member for Barataria Sawa, I am sorry that you would have had to speak on before me. You did talk about an ethics and security council. However, that's the only council you spoke about, or rather any member from your end spoke about with regards to your chatbot. You never spoke about a council who will determine what material would go into the chatbot. You never said a council who would be set aside to test and train the chatbot. What have you all been truly doing so far? The member for Naparima, you said that you all are here to give ideas, and the government is the one who have to develop the policy. But may I ask you, who do you intend to develop your proposed AI chatbot? The member for Faizabad, you said that the AI will directly reference the ministry's curriculum. But what of the curriculum that has been set aside by CXC, the Caribbean Examination Council? Are you completely disregarding that? More so, who do you have in place? What do you have in place for changes in the syllabi? Because again, the member for Oropuch East, you would have referenced that your proposed AI chatbot will take information from past papers. Did you know that as recent as between last year and this year, the curriculum for communication studies has changed? What are you going to do? Do you have someone in place to look at changes in the curriculum? If so, I have not heard anything of that. So, Mr. Speaker, I raise these points to say that, again, not only are we as a country not ready in terms of technological as well as certain infrastructure details, clearly the opposition is just as unprepared as we are. Thank you.
The member for Caroni Central.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the privilege afforded to me to speak today. Allow me to begin with a policy quote from the Ministry of Labour's website, retrieved in 2022, that states, "Ensuring that the population is up to date and informed of international labour engagement trends as a consequence of globalization and the need for employers and industry to become more flexible and competitive." This is a very pragmatic policy. AI is the new current international engagement trend. We as a people do need to be more up to date and informed. So while the government may posture that it's against this motion, they are in policy, nay, in principle, already assented to it. Allow me to bring your attention to another article, this time from the Guardian newspaper, that was made in April 2023, entitled Artificial HR. It spoke of the use of AI in the HR profession and related industries. AI will be able to augment HR functions, as it already has and will continue to do, as argued by Core and Core in their article, A Critical Review and Analysis of Human Resource Functions Using AI Technologies, published in October 2022 in the journal Innovations in Computational and Computer Techniques. Mr. Speaker, presently we have no policy to oversee the use of this technology, and it is already helping to manage us. As quoted from that same first article, Artificial HR, artificial intelligence is here to stay, and we must learn to live with it, and quickly. Mr. Speaker, I'm speaking about labor, about the employment of the future. Note that the Pew Research Center, a nonpartisan American think tank based in Washington, D.C., revealed in 2023 in a release titled, "Which U.S. Workers Are More Exposed to AI in Their Jobs?" that educated workers are those most likely to encounter AI in their day-to-day functions. Those with a bachelor's degree are more than twice as likely to encounter AI than those who join the workforce at the secondary level. Mr. Speaker, how many of our clerks, our accountants, all of these data management employees, how many of them will enter the workforce and be blindsided by technology they were never taught about? Tutor, the teachers' union itself, has seen the writing on the wall since 2019. In an article they published called Artificial Intelligence and the Teaching Profession, they warned us that the personal touch of the teachers is never to be compromised or undermined. Our teachers are never to be replaced. Let it be known that the opposition wants AI to work as a tool that assists teachers so that they can focus less of their attention on menial tasks and more on nurturing our nation's future. Let our teachers use AI to augment their work. Teaching is a tough job, and many of the teachers in my constituency, nay, the teachers in the audience today, could really use the ease up. As we speak about our teachers, they will play a critical role in implementation, teaching students not only how to use AI, but how to critique its usage as well. Mr. Speaker, it is no longer a matter of merely what to learn, but how to learn. We must develop a curriculum that equips students with the familiarity with the AI technology that they will see in the university and the workplace beyond. Speaking of the workplace beyond, Mr. Speaker, think of all the new jobs that came to us through the internet age: SEO specialists, web developer, software engineers. All of these jobs were given to us through the internet. AI is a new boom. Shouldn't we be getting our students ready for the new jobs that may crop up in the future? Mr. Speaker, new technologies are not to be feared. They are to be studied. And I pray that the government knows that today's students are tomorrow's labor force. I thank you.
Honorable members, the time is 11:59. The House is now suspended for lunch. We shall return at 12:59.
I recognize the Leader of the House, the Minister of Finance, and the member for Aruka Maloney.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to contribute in this debate. Madam Deputy Speaker, I sat listening for the past 2.5 hours, and I waited for actionable steps. I waited for implementation plans. I waited for substance. But the opposition has made my job easy because they have given me nothing to rebut. Actually, they have given me something to rebut. And that is the flaws in their argument and the incohesion in their stance, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, it seems like the opposition was sleeping during the budget presentation that was put before this House about 2 months ago. And because we are led by a responsible government, I would educate them through you, Madam Deputy Speaker, on the good work that has been done to ensure that our foundation is laid. And that, as was mentioned previously, the cart is not put before the horse. Madam Deputy Speaker, it baffles me truly that the opposition was sleeping during this comprehensive plan of the plan and execution and successful reporting of the plans that were put before this House for the 2025 fiscal year. And the Minister for Community Development and Family Services raised a very important point, Madam Deputy Speaker, which is that developing countries are grappling with fundamental challenges related to basic prerequisites to make technology functional to quality education. And he rightfully cited a UNESCO report published in May of this year. But, Madam Speaker, fortunately, the government is doing its work. We are being responsible and we are taking practicable, measured, and applicable steps so as to ensure that our nation is prepared for the symbiotic relationship between artificial intelligence and our differently cultured society. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, allow me to highlight the following. The $5 million investment into the National Digital Literacy Project, which enables vulnerable communities to establish essential skills. Madam Deputy Speaker, surely the member for Superior did not hear when we announced before this House that we have distributed over 29,000 devices, costing the citizens of our nation, our beloved nation, $69.7 million TT dollars. So as to ensure that there is no stone left unturned, ensuring that there has been training, ensuring that there has been equitable access to devices. So as to ensure, Madam Deputy Speaker, that every citizen of Trinidad and Tobago can benefit from artificial intelligence when it is implemented responsibly by this government. Madam Deputy Speaker, I take the esteemed privilege, because I was very invested in this project, which is that we invested in digital training for CPEP and the URP workers. Further emphasizing my point, Madam Deputy Speaker, that this government is not only concerned with the youth, but we are concerned also with the more mature. We are concerned with the able
Standing
and
order
different.
48.1 relevance.
Member, please be guided to the motion and continue.
Madam Deputy Speaker, if the member for Barataria Sanwana had allowed me to finish my point, surely he would have seen how this is relevant to this debate. Madam Deputy Speaker, we are ensuring that there is equitable access, which is spoken to in the motion, allow me to continue, for both the certified and uncertified, the differently abled and the abled. Madam Deputy Speaker, even for the young and the old. Madam Deputy Speaker, we also have ICT access centers, which are geared towards bringing equitable access for every single citizen, whether in remote or densely populated areas, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, these initiatives, they reflect that why we sit on this side of the chamber and why we have been elected as the government for this country. It is easy to ask ChatGPT to write a motion on artificial intelligence for the classroom. But governing takes responsible planning, consulting, allocation of resources, analysis, policy development, and implementation. And for these reasons, Madam Deputy Speaker, I vote wholeheartedly against this motion, because I feel it is unnecessary and a waste of parliamentary time to come into this chamber and deliberate on what the government has already comprehensively addressed.
Member, your time has expired.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
The member for Caroni East.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I thank you for allowing me to contribute to this motion today. I stand in support of this erudite motion, and I must pause to congratulate my bench for reminding the government and the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago of the positive impact that this motion can have on our classroom. Madam Speaker, the coat of arms reminds us that together we aspire, together we achieve. And this motion calls for the unity of the government and the opposition to be able to bring forth the vision of AI in our classroom, both ethically and responsibly. All stakeholders must be on board, otherwise AI would not be effective in the classroom. These stakeholders are students, parents, and teachers. Madam Deputy Speaker, just last week, Friday, I held a meeting with the teachers in my constituency. And the general consensus in that meeting is that AI would be helpful in the classroom. But they said that once it's integrated ethically and responsibly, that it would be able to set our students well on their way to navigate a technologically advanced society and by extension an ever-evolving technologically advanced workforce. Now, the stakeholders may still have some skepticisms. That may be the parents and the students, although the teachers would be all hands on deck. And even the government may have their skepticisms, as they repeatedly said this morning that AI would inhibit cognitive development and social skills and critical thinking. But let me reassure you that the AI generator that we hope to implement, or we propose rather, is not one that just gives answers. One poses a question, the AI would engage the students in questions, leading them to the answer or giving them step-by-step instructions. Now, based on the responses of the student to the AI will be able to adapt to the student, knowing exactly how to guide the students in the right direction in order to get the answer. Now, if the AI is engaging the students in conversation and having them think for themselves, isn't this fostering critical thinking? This is not another chat GPT, Madam Speaker. Now, the proposed AI model, again, does not give answers. And the concerns of the government, whereby it concerns the limiting cognitive development, etc., is valid. But might I remind you that AI is already in our classrooms? ChatGPT is very popular in our school system. ChatGPT is very popular in our school system. The youth is already well versed with it, and it's unregulated. So the matter of if AI should be integrated into our classroom should not be one, but it should be the question of how can we do it responsibly and ethically. It is no longer an option, it is a necessity. I would like to remind the House today that the seats we sit on holds a responsibility. Some responsibilities to our youth include their safety, in addition to giving them an environment where they can develop in the future. So have these things in your minds when voting later on. Madam Speaker, I conclude by saying that the vision that the opposition has for AI is one that we know would not happen overnight. We are not rushing. But I implore the opposition to make an investment into our future. Thank you.
The Minister of Planning and Development, the member for Arima.
Madam Deputy Speaker, thank you for letting me make this contribution today. The motion brought before this House focuses on AI in the classroom and the government to develop a policy to integrate it ethically. Madam Speaker, the government of Trinidad and Tobago has already begun improving digital infrastructure in the education sector. However, Madam Speaker, implementing AI in the classroom right now is not feasible. For clarity, we, the government, agree with this motion. However, only in spirit and only in theory. But current digital resources and support systems need improvement to make a national AI rollout feasible and inclusive. Madam Deputy Speaker, imagine a young boy, maybe his name is Kumar. He attends a school in my constituency of Arima. His school is remote. He has not yet been able to access reliable internet or technology support. Should he, his classmates, his school, his teachers be exempted from this AI rollout? The government, we are working on a strategic and systematic, sustainable, infrastructural approach to this development. Let us not merely yield to global pressure, but rather adapt to technology responsibly. Madam Deputy Speaker, we do not want regret. According to an article done on the 7th of September 2022 of the Ministry of Education, approximately 29,000 devices, laptops, were handed out and distributed to students and teachers across the country. Wi-Fi has been established in over 134 secondary and primary schools by the TT Wi-Fi initiative done by the Ministry of Digital Transformation. Yet, many schools like Kumar's, particularly in remote areas, still lack this reliable internet connectivity. However, let it be recorded that the government, let it be shown, Madam Deputy Speaker, that the Ministry of Digital Transformation has launched a comprehensive digital transformation strategy for the years 2022 to 2027, which include the rollout of 13 projects aimed at modernizing education and the workforce. The Ministry of Education will introduce...
Madam Deputy Speaker, member is reading. Standing Order 4410.
Member, please be guided. You may look at your points, but please refrain from reading. Continue.
Thank you. The Ministry of Education, as close as January 2025, will roll out a personalized online tool that will help students get personalized learning and track their academics throughout. While the government's efforts are very notable in the implementation of AI, it is just pure fact, as we can see, that the implementation of AI will stretch resources and infrastructure way too thinly. Bringing AI into the education environment will require information technology leaders. Leaders within the school environment will pave the way and the right kind of infrastructure. After all, AI is only based on the infrastructure that we have. As a Minister of Planning and Development, I would like to quote the motion. I do want our policies to integrate the ethical and responsible use of AI in the education curriculum to enhance learning, foster critical thinking, and prepare students for the modern workforce while ensuring safeguards to protect their well-being. Fortunately, Madam Deputy Speaker, our process to do so is inclusive, strategic, and sure. Madam Deputy Speaker, much haste often leads to less speed. Let us continue to provide the basics before introducing what is more advanced. Let us learn to walk before we run. Let us plan and develop progressively and sustainably. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
The Minister of Public Administration, the member for Toko Sandy Grande.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to today's debate. I would like to educate the public, as well as many members on the opposition bench, about the purpose of my ministry. The Ministry of Public Administration is responsible for the continuous development of Trinidad and Tobago's public service through strengthening the workforce. Madam Deputy Speaker, the motion calls for the development of a policy that deals with artificial intelligence in education to enhance learning and prepare our students for the modern workforce. I stand in support of the concept of this motion, as it highlights the critical role artificial intelligence can play for students for a future marked by technological advancements. However, while the motion makes essential points, there are certain areas that require further strengthening before we approach AI in the classroom. By introducing AI too heavily in the learning environment, we risk reducing our students' opportunities to build foundational skills in problem solving, analytical thinking, and hands-on experiences. Allow me to quote Maria Parada, an education specialist at the Inter-American Development Bank, and I quote, "Tech education is crucial for developing a skilled workforce capable of navigating digital transformation and fostering economic development." However, Madam Speaker, simply relying on AI tools may prevent these skills from being developed independently, creating a workforce less equipped to handle the nuanced demands of an ever-evolving job market. Madam Deputy Speaker, take, for example, John Doe, a recent graduate who relied on AI and entered the workforce with minimal practical skills. Yes, he may have used AI to complete tasks and assignments. However, this has left him now not being able to complete his work without technological aid. In effect, the same tools meant to enhance his learning, Madam Deputy Speaker, has left him without any hope of real-world applications, leading to chaos and frustration. This begs the question, is the opposition asking the government to develop more John Does? But, Madam Deputy Speaker, I would like to bring before the House I am proud, in fact, to bring before the House that under the Ministry of Public Administration, for umpteen years, we have been long committed to preparing all students for the modern workforce through initiatives like the Public Service Roadshow and career fairs. These initiatives have seen to help our students prepare for the soft and hard skills between foundation skills and technological skills. I can even speak for this year, Madam Speaker, in October 3rd, 11th, and 25th. My ministry took to the road in Sapa, Napa, and Shaw Park, Tobago, partnering with over 30 ministries, departments, and agencies to help prepare our students for the modern workforce. In fact, my ministry aims to build on these programs by incorporating artificial intelligence into these career fairs, not only to teach students and teachers how to use AI, but how to ethically and creatively apply it to their future career fairs. This hybrid approach will ensure our students are prepared for the 21st century workforce that the opposition apparently says that we don't know about. Madam Speaker, I implore you, as well as the members of the opposition bench and the public, to envision a future where our workforce is a dynamic, citizen-centric, and technologically proficient decision-making workforce, which will put us on the map as an economy. And what is a better economy who is run by a government who listens to their citizens and takes heed of their words, Madam Speaker? In closing, I would like to tell the opposition, hurry bird don't build goodness, and take time no lazy. Thank you.
The member of Works and Transport and the member for Morvan.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. While the motion before us presents a well-intentioned approach to integrate AI into the classroom, we must proceed with caution. However, it is clear that the opposition wants us to rush in headfirst into this uncertainty. And Madam Speaker, Madam Deputy Speaker, you can see it in their suggestions. Firstly, to address this proposed act of managing AI use in the classroom, I would like to ask, has the opposition done its research? AI detection software, such as Turnitin, have been known to be unable to effectively and efficiently detect AI usage in students' work. Madam Deputy Speaker, this was proven by MIT University and Temet University in their June studies this year, where they highlighted that Turnitin only has a success rate of 80%. That leaves 20% for uncertainty. And to put this in context, for the fatuous opposition, 20% of 10,000 is 2,000. Imagine the backlash this government will face if 2,000 students are wrongly penalized and, as they suggested, suspended for using AI, the wrongful detection of AI usage in their work. Madam Deputy Speaker, next to address this ongoing talk on the opposition about ChatGPT, Madam Deputy Speaker, the University of Michigan, in their December study last year, titled The Black Box Problem, highlighted and warned that regulators and even creators cannot manage or examine how AI gives its responses. So how will this ethics board be able to effectively manage this AI usage in the classroom? And this was highlighted just last week, Madam Deputy Speaker. Sky News highlighted the fact a major issue with the AI chatbot, Google Gemini, where a student who was using this chatbot to do homework was told, and I quote, "Please die." Imagine the impact, Madam Deputy Speaker, on our students. Madam Deputy Speaker, let me be absolutely clear. Despite all the grand promises by the opposition and enthusiastic predictions about AI's potential, we are severely lacking any long-term research to understand the true impact of AI on our children's cognitive development. But most critically, Madam Deputy Speaker, there is a complete absence of any empirical, region-specific research on AI in education for the Caribbean and more so Trinidad and Tobago. And I say this, Madam Deputy Speaker, we cannot, and I repeat, we cannot allow the opposition to experiment on the minds of our youth. Therefore, Madam Deputy Speaker, I would like to propose the following measures. Firstly, we need comprehensive impact assessments to study the impact of AI in education specific to Trinidad and Tobago and the Caribbean. Next, we must develop rigorous guidelines based on solid scientific evidence and research so that we do not hamper the development of our children. And finally, we must establish continuous audits of these systems to ensure that this AI is helping our students develop in the education system. Because, Madam Deputy Speaker, well, now Mr. Speaker, without this critical research, without this vital understanding, we risk compromising the future development of our nation. And I say to the opposition, Mr. Speaker, that while we acknowledge the potential of these new technologies, we must insist on proper scientific research and investigation before we proceed any further. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Chaguanas West.
Greetings, Mr. Speaker, and to all my esteemed members of Parliament. I am truly grateful for this opportunity to speak today. Now, it is without a doubt that the world as we know it is going through a transformative shift. AI, which once was a concept confined to the realms of science fiction, is a reality. With this new birth of AI, there bubbles a fear inside of me, a fear that if we are not to act with haste, Trinidad and Tobago will be left behind. Now there's another fear that bubbles inside of me, a fear that we as big people have to hold the government's hand, because how can our government not put point A to point B? Let me give you an example, Mr. Speaker. The member for point 14 in her speech said that we are risking preparing students for today's jobs while leaving them unprepared for tomorrow's challenges. Mr. Speaker, isn't that exactly what implementing AI is going to do? Now, I understand the government's hesitance when it comes to implementing this magnitude of change into our education system. And before their dismissive and aggressive tone gets to you, let me tell you exactly how implementing AI into our curriculum will positively impact our students. You see, AI has a tendency and it thrives on creating individualized learning systems for our students. Let me give a statistic here. A study by McKinsey and Company on the 27th of February 2024 shows that AI-driven personalized learning platforms are shown to boost students' critical learning outputs by up to 40%. This allows for the teacher to have a more engaging and effective learning experience by evaluating the students' activity throughout the whole session. AI allows teachers to be able to assign tasks like open-ended questions, group discussions, and interesting debates, all of which activate the prefrontal cortex of your brain. Members of Parliament, do you know that the prefrontal cortex of your brain is the exact muscle that plays in critical thinking? Here are two predominant points on how AI fosters critical thinking skills and patterns within our students. Number one, they encourage higher student engagement and a greater depth of inquiry. Research published by the Educational Tech Research and Development article in 2021 shows that a 35% increase in student engagement was due to their specific depth of information inquiry and commitment to logical explanations. Number 2, simulations for real-world problem solving. AI simulations like those used in STEM increase critical thinking scores again by up to 40%, according to a report by the National Science Foundation in 2020. These tools allow students to positively test hypotheses and understand the consequences of their actions throughout all sectors of work. Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask government a question. How is one teacher in a sector that is already underemployed supposed to properly adhere to the needs of all students, all with different understandings, different perspectives, and different minds? Because quite frankly, this one-size-fits-all approach to education does not work. In closing, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to leave us with this. Quite frankly, it is easy, it is undeniably easy to ridicule, to criticize, and to point out the negative aspects of AI. But what we as the opposition bench believe is much more commendable is the ability to fight. Now, not just to fight against the negative aspects and problems that AI may bring, but the ability to fight for the positive use cases, to fight for the chance that implementing AI successfully into our education system can enhance HI, human intelligence, human purpose, and ultimately, human potential. I thank you.
The Minister of Rural Development and Local Government, Member for La Hoqueta.
Mr. Speaker, as we are on the topic of the transformative potential of artificial intelligence in education, let us take a moment to reflect on the tremendous opportunity before us. Artificial intelligence holds the promise of revolutionizing how we teach, empowering our students with 21st century skills and preparing them for the rapidly evolving global workforce. Yet, as we stand at the brink of this educational revolution, we must ask ourselves a critical question. Is our country truly ready to reap the benefits of this technology? AI-driven tools have the potential to revolutionize education by personalizing learning, equipping students with cutting-edge skills, and fostering creativity and innovation. However, the promise of AI is not without its challenges. As the Tertiary Education Minister, Mr. Fazim Karim, said, and I quote, "Every year, over 7,000 graduates leave our tertiary education institutions, yet employers in critical sectors which drive our economy and provide essential services complain of a shortage of appropriately skilled and qualified workers." This statement highlights a harsh reality, a mismatch between the skills we cultivate in our students and the needs of our local job market.
Mr. Speaker, Standing Order 4410, the member is reading.
Well, previously the member was quoting a source or a statement, but member, please be guided by Standing Order 4410 about the reading. You may continue unless it is for refreshing your memory. You may continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When we integrate technologies like artificial intelligence into our education system, we need to align them with our local opportunities. If we rush into integrating AI into education without simultaneously investing in tech-driven industries, we risk creating a workforce perfectly tailored for international global job markets, fueling brain drain, which we seek to prevent, while our local industries struggle to innovate and grow. To harness the benefits of artificial intelligence in education and safeguard against these challenges, we must align our ambitions with a broader vision for national development. Allow me to outline a phased approach to achieving this. Firstly, we must build a foundation for an economy that can absorb AI-driven talent, fostering tech-driven industries such as digital services, software development, and data science.
Mr. Speaker, Standing Order 4410, member is reading.
Member, this is your last warning. Please refrain from the reading. You may continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We must ensure that education and industry work hand in hand. A report by the Harvard Business Review, published on July 17, 2015 by Michael D. King, the Vice President of the Institute of Business Value, emphasized the importance of education working closely with business. By collaborating with business to design a curricula that reflects our workforce demands, we create a talent pipeline for our students that benefits both the students and the employers. Adopting AI in education is no longer a question of if, but when. However, rushing headfirst into this policy without proper planning and without properly preparing our economy and industries would be a disservice to our students and our nation. Let us embrace AI in education as a tool for national development, not a ticket to foreign shores. We must build an ecosystem where education and industry collaborate, where innovation flourishes, and where our students see a future within our borders. By taking these thoughtful steps, we position ourselves to not only equip our youth with the skills of the future, but also to retain their talent, build local industries, and create a brighter future for generations to come. Thank you.
Members, this goes out to everyone, this is my second reminder for Standing Order 4410, you're reading. If you want to read, request the leave from me. And I recognize the Minister of Agriculture, Land and Fisheries, member for St. Joseph.
Mr. Speaker, honorable members, and citizens of Trinidad and Tobago, I stand before you today to address the motion regarding the integration of artificial intelligence in our education system. Now, as Minister of Agriculture, my role may seem somewhat removed from the field of education and technology at first glance. However, the truth is, the future of our nation's workforce, including the agricultural sector, is inextricably linked to the advancements in technology we are discussing today. I agree, AI has enormous potential, from equipping our students or enhancing, I would rather say, their critical thinking, deepening their learning, and preparing them for the challenges of a rapidly changing world. This is a vision, opposition, I can see. Much like the innovations in agriculture we are seeing, from precision farming to climate resilient solutions that your member seems so, what can I say, invested in. Member, if you'd like to have a separate debate, check me after. But, Honorable Speaker, as we look forward to the future, we must not forget the past. We must not forget the foundation of our workforce. We must not forget the skills that sustain our economy every single day. And this is where I feel the opposition has overlooked something: the value of trade and vocational education. It is truly concerning that after 16 contributions of this opposition, not one has mentioned the value of trade and vocational education. We have heard a lot about academics. We have heard a lustily speech about athletics, even special needs, but not one mention of trade education, not one mention of the practical hands-on education that forms the backbone of our workforce. Let me ask the opposition, do the opposition really believe that the future of our economy will rely on academic qualifications while completely ignoring the vast amount of students who work in fields such as construction, mechanics, healthcare, and yes, agriculture? My fellow members, trade education is not secondary. It is essential. It is the skills that build, repair, and care for the things that keep our society moving. To focus on AI in education without considering the practical skills is a disservice to our future. As we embrace AI in education, we must ensure that we do not leave behind the students who need access to vocational training, especially in areas where agriculture is central. These students deserve the same education, the same opportunities, the same future. If we do not prioritize their needs, we risk deepening the divide between technology and tradition, and we cannot afford to do that. Mr. Speaker, my vision for education is not one that to integrate AI is not one that makes sense, where it makes sense to integrate artificial intelligence, but one that honors the practical skills that keep our country strong. Let us create a future where our young people are prepared for every challenge, whether it is in the classroom, on a farm, or on a workshop, or in our workshop, I would say. We must build an education system. We must build that education system that empowers all students, no matter where they come from, no matter what fields they pursue. Together we aspire, together we achieve. These are our watchwords. If not together, if not with the workforce and only academic qualifications, who will we look to in the future? Are we going for foreign skills? Will we import our skills if academic qualifications are the only thing that are running our country? In conclusion, while I do support the essence or the intention behind this motion of integrating AI into education, I believe that further consideration, more research, and especially more time is needed before we construct this policy. We must ensure that all aspects, as our member from Oraput says, all schools and institutions must be included. The opposition has failed in doing so when presenting their case in this motion. The motion is exemplary, I quote, but to me it does not sound that way. We must ensure that implementing a policy or a decision to implement a policy such as AI may not have any long-term consequences without fully understanding the impact it will have on all, I say again, on all sectors. Thank you.
Your time has expired. Thank you. Member for Pointe-a-Pierre, Chief Whip.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, Mr. Speaker, we, the opposition, are very much aware that crouching on the doorsteps of AI's integration into our education curriculum are the disadvantages that we, and yes, I can say that our bench, have implemented into our policy frameworks. But, Mr. Speaker, let us be clear here. These disadvantages will only arise if the government fails to properly regulate and implement AI tools without a proper policy framework. So once again, here we see holding the government hands by their tiny baby little hands for every step of the way, doing the jobs for them. Mr. Speaker, I want to reiterate in this Parliament today that we, the opposition, stand firm as advocates for a resilient policy framework, one with the mechanism to integrate AI into our education curriculum ethically and responsibly, one that will change learning, one that will develop critical thinking, and one that will prepare our students for not only the modern workforce, but most importantly, as the motion says, safeguard and protect their well-being. Now, within this policy framework, we must see measures for, firstly, transparency and clear communication for what AI would be used for in the classroom. Now, UNESCO has emphasized the importance of transparency and communication in education, particularly when it comes to integrating digital tools. For example, we would like to model the International Institute for Educational Planning, which advocates for open school data and clear communication to help students, teachers, and parents understand and engage with the education system effectively. This will be done through as the member for Couva South suggested, the Transparency AI Usage Act and Academic Integrity Act. Now, the AI must function as a complementary teaching tool rather than a substitute for our educators. And as UNESCO in its Guidance for Policymakers report said it best, AI should act as a tool that empowers our educators, not as a substitute for the human interaction that is central to the learning process. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, the ethical considerations of using and integrating AI into the educational curriculum. Now, the age limit for the AI platform will be set between the ages of 13 and 18 and over. And
Standing Order 4410, the member is reading.
Member, do refrain from reading. This is your first warning.
Thank you.
You may continue.
Thank you. And for the nonsensical argument of the biases, if we are creating our own AI chatbot, where's the bias in that? It would include Caribbean resources. So make it make sense to me, please, government. Now, and for the Minister of Education, don't be worried, because teachers, administrators, support staff, and students are to be properly trained to navigate the features and input of this AI platform. Now, these training programs must go beyond the technical know-how and must... Sorry?
Will you have a giveaway?
No, sorry. In the interest of time, I'm so sorry. As I was saying, these training programs must go beyond the technical know-how and must include ethical considerations such as over-reliance, plagiarism, and regulation. As the member for Faizabad said previously stated, an ethics committee would solely focus on that the AI tool is used ethically and responsibly in the classroom. Any relevant updates to the AI chatbot will be sent to be verified and approved by this body firstly. And thirdly, the policies surrounding AI in education must clearly define the potential risks associated and provide safeguards to protect our students, which we are doing if the leader of the House would have listened clearly. For example, the policy should mandate that regular security audits and compliance checks are issued to ensure that the AI system meets security standards and regulations at all times. However, as highlighted by the member for Barataria Sanwa, the Data Protection Act of 2011 is a critical piece of legislation in addressing privacy concerns. I'm so glad that the Attorney General also brought this up, because she said that it was partially proclaimed, but it was partially proclaimed in 2021, 3 years ago. And you said that, and yes...
Member, your time has expired. Thank you. The Minister of Foreign Affairs, member for Tobago East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this timely debate. Our nation is founded on the backs of generations of humans dedicated to exchanging their knowledge with the next to cultivate excellence. But teachers who don't merely just exchange knowledge, they inspire, they empathize, and they foster resilience. So I direct everyone to recital 4 of the motion, where it says, and I quote, particularly to protect younger students from undue reliance on technology, not only has the opposition failed to defend why they chose the limit age of 13, but they've also failed to defend any sort of proposal they have to prevent the over-reliance of AI in our education system. So the member for Kamuto was quick to say that the government is slow to implement this, the government is slow to act on that, but the opposition is slow to show me how they plan to prevent the over-reliance of AI in our education system. Traditional addictions, such as, well, that revolve around substances and behaviors, release something called dopamine, which is a neural transmitter that's responsible for the feelings of pleasure and reward. But according to the University of Oxford, by a study done by Saurabh Gazwala, certified AI specialist, on August 10th, 2024, addictive AI is designed to manipulate these reward systems through carefully crafted algorithms, which then stimulates, well, feelings of instant gratification, which is highly reinforcing, thus creating a psychological dependency on AI. Is this what we want for our nation's students, Mr. Speaker? So the member for Caroni East mentioned that we must hold our seats responsibly. But everyone here, I call for you to reflect on whether or not the opposition is doing so themselves. Because why is it that I must say I disagree with the movement of this motion? Because the opposition cannot justify to me that the teacher and teacher-student relationship will be retained in our education system.
Would the member give way?
Yes.
So I would have said that AI is to be used as a complementary tool to enhance the learning. Sorry?
Member, on Accord of Standing Order 47, this is used for elucidation, for questions, not statements.
I cannot stand with the opposition's position to implement this AI policy until the essence and importance of the teacher and teacher-student relationship is assured to be retained. The opposition has yet to show how they will ensure that the retention of values fostered in our education system after AI is implemented under their proposal for a policy, because at the heart of our education lies human connection between the teacher and the students. The teacher's emotional support enhances students' persistence, self-concept, and resilience, and none of this can be replicated through algorithms, Mr. Speaker. The benefits of teaching empathy in the classroom can benefit the students to carry throughout their life, and it affects and it changes how they interact with others for the rest of their lives. But with our opposition's evident naivety towards the over-reliance they talked about but never mitigated, not only will our students become dependent on AI, but our opposition clearly wants to raise a future with full minds but empty hearts, Mr. Speaker. So, until the opposition stresses the importance of the teacher and teacher-student relationship, until the opposition shows how they intend for our students to retain the values that would have been fostered in the education system without AI, until the opposition shows.
Member, your time has expired. Thank you. The member for St. Augustine.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me to enter and contribute to this debate. Mr. Speaker, we need to ensure that both regionally and internationally, now and in the future, the country of Trinidad and Tobago can remain competitive, specifically in the field of education. If the government did their job, did proper research, and actually cared then about the development and sustainability of this country, then we would be debating this motion and at the essence of the motion. If the government cared, then this would not be the opposition against the government, but rather a parliament working together to develop a policy for AI that will help improve the classroom experience in education in this country. But how could they The Education Minister, along with the entire cabinet, has repeatedly and collectively said that as a nation we do not have the means to currently implement such a policy. She said, when we have Wi-Fi, when we consult teachers, when we have devices, what they're trying to say is they can't properly manage and allocate their resources and the funds of this nation's citizens. Let me remind this House that this type of governance is what develops neglect, and we play this constant game of catch up, catch up, catch up. I urge this government to be proactive, like the government of Singapore, who started the AI development talks in 2017. In 2018, there was a framework that was developed. In 2023, they published a guide to be global leaders by 2030. So I give the government two options. Option one, don't be a reactive government and be a proactive government. Option two, resign from this parliament and let a proactive opposition take your place. This motion will directly affect and improve the current education system. So let me keep to the topic of education and educate the Minister of Foreign Affairs. In case you didn't know, on an international scale, there are multiple countries who have implemented AI. South Korea, Australia, United States, United Kingdom, Singapore, Finland. We are already behind internationally, and the government is turning a blind eye. In fact, I wouldn't put it past them to just be ignorant. So in case you didn't know, now you know. I applaud the Digital Transformation Minister and the Minister of Energy, who have shown interest in the ability or the lack thereof of our citizens and want to implement and help implement the AI. But their concern is misplaced, as this opposition man is not naive. We are very thoughtful, we're very mindful, we have put careful consideration into this realistic plan. Let it be known that this AI policy is not impossible, as there are already established examples that can be used as a framework. I'm a patriot and I care about this country, so I don't mind doing the minister's job for them. I must stand on the shoulders of my colleague from Komodo and the sentiments that spoke about Jamaica, who has already implemented, well, not implemented, but began talks about implementation of AI in the classroom. And we share many similarities to Jamaica, one of these being a regional university known as the University of the West Indies, which so happens to fall in my constituency of St. Augustine. And I care about my people, and I speak to them. So I know, and I've spoken to them, and the campus that falls in St. Augustine, they have developed an AI policy that is being utilized at the university level. This was passed in May 2024 at the Board for Undergraduate Studies, and it's applicable to this region. So if the university has seen the need for the creation of this policy, how long until the government sees the same? The minister in the Ministry of Education spoke about the artist's case and the copyright law to protect a song that was made similar to his likeness. The Minister of Education said that this is premature and that we can't put the cart before the horse. So for the member of St. Anne's, she should probably inform her colleague in her own ministry that there is no policy, there is no cart, and there is no horse. So it seems as though there are three sides: the opposition, the government, and the opposition in the government. I plead with the population, and I speak in layman's terms. Don't take no chain off from this administration. They make it seem impossible, and they make it seem like we are reinventing the wheel. And they make it seem like we are inventing the wheel. This government lacks care for education of the next generation, and they almost
Speaker,
mechanically...
Standing Order 48.6, the member is imputing wrong motive.
Well, the member's time is up now, so... Well, member, your time has expired. I recognize the Prime Minister, Member for Diego Martin West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to today's debate. Mr. Speaker, we sat here for hours and hours. Opposition bringing a motion which they are so proud of, but yet still they continuously speak about a framework that they would like to implement and show the House. But where is the framework? While they blame the government for not doing our jobs and we are just sitting here occupying space. They also have a job. And the job is to, if you are bringing a motion, bring some substance with said motion. But, Mr. Speaker, how can we ensure that the introduction of artificial intelligence in education both empowers students and educators while safeguarding their fundamental right to privacy in an era where digital vulnerability is increasing? Mr. Speaker, as artificial intelligence revolutionizes education, we face an opportunity now to enhance learning with personalized tools. Yet, this must be balanced with robust data protection policy to ensure privacy and build the public trust. Mr. Speaker, with the Ministry of Digital Transformation working to finalize the Data Protection Act and operationalize the Office of the Information Commissioner by 2024, we are at a crucial junction. The need for data protection. The General Data Protection Regulation principles of fairness, accountability, and transparency guides the ethical use of data in the European Union, and local efforts, including operationalizing the Office of the Information Commissioner, aims to adapt similar principles to these. AI's potential in school. Tools like Khan Academy and adaptive assessment improves the student's outcome. However, UNESCO warns us without serious regulations, this could be a risk, particularly for minors. So, the recommendation here is to introduce AI at the age of 13, as this aligns with the key cognitive and moral development at this stage in life, which I thank the opposition for doing a little research and actually getting some kind of information. The opportunity for AI, though through personalized
Mr. Speaker,
learning.
I rise on standing order 4410. Prime Minister is reading.
Member, do refrain from reading. You may continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Personalized learning so that the students can adapt and learn whilst AI can adapt with the students now and work with their individual needs and wants with the tools that they suggest. But AI also comes with serious risks without regulation. The misuse of the sensitive data, particularly for the minors, and it undermining trust in education systems and the ethical standards, and if not enforced properly. So, Mr. Speaker, this side who is responsible and accountable will lay the following to the people of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. And firstly, I want to thank the member for Barataria Sanwan and the member for Faizabad. They have a little obsession with committees, and, well, I am here to live with you that we are modeling on the success of the SCA committee to enforce a national task force to do the work to research AI in the classroom, and we would be guided by UNESCO, and this will be our first course of action.
Would the member give way?
No. The relative ministries will focus on AI, ethics, data protection, and curriculum integration. Once task one is finished now, we'll go into the curriculum focus areas.
Mr. Speaker, standing order 4410, the Prime Minister is still reading.
Prime Minister, this is your last warning. You may continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Privacy and ethics training to equip the teachers and the students to handle AI responsibly, leverage AI benefits, integrate personalized platforms, and tutorial systems. So, Mr. Speaker, AI offers transformative potential in education, but only when undermined by strong ethical and data protection frameworks. Finalizing the Data Protection Act and regulating AI use in schools ensures both initiative and security. Let us now act to create an equitable and privacy-respecting future for all students. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the Leader of the Opposition, Member for Siparia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to respond to issues raised by the government by saying I commend you all. The Ministry of Education says that this is a half-baked motion. Well, it's a half-baked effort of defending it, or defending against it. As a member said, I would give you a F for the plans and promises that you've brought before us. You stated what you are doing, but we are bringing a motion that is talking about something completely new. Mr. Speaker, performance. What is performance is that the Minister of Labour spoke about how the member for Barataria Sawa, only mentioned one council and forgot to mention who will be responsible for inputting information. They have not read the motion. Mr. Speaker, can I remind the government bench, which party is in power? Because it seems as if the government is looking for a word-for-word approach by the opposition to hold their hands and walk them through and point that this is the set-by-set in the motion. Mind you, they are not listening. All the concerns that were brought forward were already answered by my bench. You brought up bias, my bench discussed it. You brought up age-appropriate mentions, my bench discussed it. The Minister of Labour also said that we, on the opposition, we are not ready. But in order to make a claim like that, I need you to have a seat on my bench. So you can take back that quip and put it in your arsenal of weak arguments and persuasive presentation. He also asks, what have you all been doing so far? We've been creating a motion to protect our students from undue reliance on AI, which is unregulated in our schools right now. Something the government has failed to do, but to the public of Trinidad and Tobago, have no fear, for the opposition is here, and we refuse to let fear-mongering hold back our nation, our nation. The Minister of Finance says, this is why we sit on that side of the chamber. Was it not one of your members that accidentally mistook the opposition for the government because it seems that we are doing your job? The excitement my bench feels for AI is understandable. It has immense possibilities. We spoke about a digital divide, but there's also a learning divide. I can recall my days preparing for CXC and CAPE examinations where I was not absorbing the information as I should have, so therefore I had to seek out how to find my learning style, and once I found it, I had to find techniques to apply it accordingly. Here we have AI which can adapt for individualized learning, as stated by my members. AI will affect all industries, and it is forecasted to. This tool is forecasted to impact every industry and every aspect of society. By 2030, the global market for AI is expected to grow to
Mr.
15
Speaker, standing order 410, the member is reading.
Member, you may continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to finish my quotation. By 2030, the global market for AI is expected to grow to 15.7 trillion, up from 2.4 trillion in 2020, according to Pricewaterhouse Corporation Industry. Pertaining to the reliability of AI, can we be realistic? The very things that we use on a daily basis often fails, but can be fixed and adjusted accordingly. Our vehicles, whether it be cars, buses, down to pencil points break. And same with this AI, we are not saying it will be perfect. However, we have to take the first step. Can we not start somewhere? A member spoke about a bird, and I must say the early bird gets the worm. Therefore, the opposition, not the government, the opposition has brought this motion forward. For the defense seems, if this was a government motion, I think the response would be more reciprocal, because I think you are opposing for opposing's sake, that if it was not brought by us, that you would be all ready to involve AI into our classrooms. Here's a story, since that's what the government bench was full of. Meet Jane Doe, whose government failed to place policies in place when they had chance, and so now she has to do additional courses outside of school to remain relevant in the workforce. I will keep this brief and therefore close by saying there's no reason to delay. Political parties aside, we can collaborate. That is what the opposition has been asking for. We do not want to see our youth suffer because of bias and because of titles and status and prestige. No. We understand what this can do and mean for our youth. That they will not only be relevant in the job forces, but they'd also be understanding of what AI is. Therefore, we had called for campaigns. Let's act now and ensure AI is a tool for empowerment. And before I go, the Minister of Finance mentioned that they are a responsible government. Let me tell you what a responsible government would do. They would vote for this motion because they say that they were listening. But are you really? Imagine having the gap of AI to be filled by our competent students. I'm not diminishing that accomplishment. But the gap is there, there's a vacuum, and they are trying to fill it on their own. They need guidance. If you would read the motion properly, they said, without proper regulation, then will the negative implications occur. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I beg to move.
Honourable members, the question is, be it resolved that this National Youth Parliament call on the government of Trinidad and Tobago to develop a policy to integrate the ethical and responsible use of AI into the education curriculum, to enhance learning, foster critical thinking, and prepare students for the modern workforce, while ensuring safeguards to protect their well-being. All in favour say aye. Aye. Any against? No. The clerk will now take a division.
Mr. Joseph?
No.
Mr. Mitchell?
No.
Miss Millett Warner?
No.
Miss McCool?
No.
Mr. Goodrich?
No.
Mr. George?
No.
Miss Cruikshank?
No.
Miss Akers?
No.
Mr. Ragbert?
No.
Mr. Toussaint?
No.
Mr. Barnes?
No.
Mr. Martin?
No.
Mr. Juman?
No.
Miss July?
No.
Mr. Duncan?
No.
Miss Charles?
No.
Miss Moore?
No.
Mr. Rajkumar?
No.
Mr. Bhagwat Singh?
No.
Miss Otley?
No.
Miss Mohammed?
No.
Mr. Torres?
No.
Miss Joseph?
Yes.
Miss Atwell?
Yes.
Mr. Hargobin?
Yes.
Mr. Farrell?
Yes.
Miss Regis?
Of course.
Miss Lamont Harper?
Absolutely.
Miss Hostin? Yes. Mr. Rupnarine?
Yes.
Miss Charles?
Yes.
Mr. Castillo?
Yes.
Mr. Walcott?
Yes.
Mr. Figaro?
Without a doubt, yes.
Miss McLeod?
Yes.
Mr. Charles?
Obviously, it's yes.
Mr. Barron?
Yes.
Miss Sylvan?
Yes.
Mr. John?
100% yes.
Voted for, 22 members voted against, and there were no abstentions.
Honourable members, the results of the division are 17 members voted for, 22 members voted against, and 0 members abstained. The motion has been negatived. I call on the Leader of the House and Member for Ruka Maloney.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this House do now adjourn to a date to be fixed.
Honourable members, before I put the question, I wish to thank I wish to take a moment to express heartfelt congratulations to all members participating in this 21st sitting of the National Youth Parliament. Your individual progress has been tremendous and clearly demonstrated throughout this session. The confidence and dedication each of you displayed are commendable and inspiring to all youth of this nation. We owe a debt of gratitude to those who supported us along the way. To the staff of the Parliament, thank you for your tireless efforts in coordinating and facilitating this experience. To our mentors, your guidance and encouragement have been instrumental in helping us refine our skills and rise to the occasion. We are deeply grateful for your unmatched belief in us. On behalf of all members of this National Youth Parliament and the Parliament at large, I extend sincere appreciation, particularly to the Planning Committee of the Office of the Parliament, for their phenomenal efforts in organizing this event. Thank you. Honourable members, the question is that this House do now adjourn to a date to be fixed. All in favour say aye. Aye. Any against? I think the ayes have it. This House now stands adjourned to a date to be fixed.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. And we are live once again on the Parliament Channel 11, Parliament Radio 105.5 FM, and on our YouTube channel, ParlView. Senator the Honorable Nigel De Freitas, President of the Senate, the Honorable Bridget Anisette George, Speaker of the House, members of the Senate and the House of Representatives of the Parliament of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, visiting parliamentarians from the Parliament of Uganda, who are here with us today, the UN representative for Trinidad and Tobago, Ms. Joanna Kazana, youth parliamentarians, teachers, specially invited guests, members of the media, good afternoon. Very good. My name is Atiba Wilshire, and I will be the Master of Ceremonies for this afternoon's formalities. It's a pleasure. I must say that I'm very impressed with what I heard coming out of the debate, the points that were raised for and against AI and its use in the nation's classrooms. I learned a few things. Thank you all very much. You all were very well researched. I got a chance to peep in at some of the training sessions and stuff, and it showed today that you all made good use of the time that we afforded you here at the Office of the Parliament. So please give yourselves a round of applause. Yes. Yes. I would also like to make special mention. Now, as you all know, each one of you comes from different school, different organization, different group, and we would like to, at this time, make special mention of each of the participating schools and organizations. So you can give a little when I mention a school, okay? We begin with Astor Boys College in San Fernando, Barrackpore West Secondary School, Bishop's High School in Tobago, Chaguanas North Secondary School, El Dorado East Secondary School, Faizabad Anglican Secondary School, Holy Cross College, Northgate College, Northeastern College, Pleasantville Secondary School, Point Fortin East Secondary School, Queens Royal College. What? What? San Fernando Central Secondary School, Saraswati Girls Hindu School, Scarborough Secondary School, Shiva Boys Hindu College, Speyside Secondary School, St. Anthony's College, St. Augustine Secondary School, St. Benedict's College, St. Joseph's Convent, Port of Spain, St. Stephen's College, Swaha Hindu School, Hindu College rather, and Trinity College, Mocha. Those are the secondary schools. Now we'll mention the tertiary institutions. The College of Science, Technology, and Applied Arts of Trinidad and Tobago, COSTAT. The University of the Southern Caribbean. The University of Trinidad and Tobago. The University of the West Indies. And now we do the youth organizations. The Mayaro Past Pupils Association. The Military-Led Academic Training Program, or MILAT. The Tobago Youth Council. Tobago Updates. The Trinidad and Tobago Youth Advocacy Network. The Trinidad and Tobago Youth Ambassadors. And the Trinidad Youth Council. Congratulations to each of you all once again. At this time, I would like to welcome to give some opening remarks, or some remarks to us, the Minister of Education, the Honorable Dr. Nian Gadsby Dolly.
A very pleasant good afternoon to all. I stand here, Madam Speaker, I feel almost like the Speaker. It's a lovely view from this point. I want to congratulate first the Parliament for consistently giving the youths these opportunities to be able to participate in what I think is a most rewarding experience. And I hope it was rewarding for everyone. I look at your faces, I see smiles, I see a sense of pride and accomplishment, and I remember my own daughter being a part of the Youth Parliament and how she felt about that. As Minister of Education, we have been speaking about cultural transformation in education in our schools. And the reason we have been speaking about that is because we want to have the development and the inculcation of positive values, attitudes, and behaviors in our young people. Because we understand that this is what will drive and propel the development of Trinidad and Tobago. And we can only depend on you. Our job is to facilitate your development so that when we go this way and you come in our place, you will do even better than we are doing. So when we speak about cultural transformation, we speak about affording our young people the opportunity to develop these positive values, attitudes, and behaviors. And a part of that is the experiences our young people are able to participate in. You are very blessed and privileged. There are many of our young people who would love to be in a position like you are, participating in such an event. But you have been given that privilege. And so therefore, with much privilege comes responsibility. And we expect that as you take your learnings from this experience, you will use it to influence other young people. You will use it to influence national discourse. And that is important. What you have learned from researching and being able to present your points on either side is the opportunity to have reasoned discourse. And that is very important. What we discuss in Trinidad and Tobago, especially as young people, is critical because you are the ones who will be forming the leadership of tomorrow. And therefore, the fact that you had to, despite your personal opinions, find the information, the factual information, and present it, that is a skill that is critical in our country. And we need more reasoned discourse among our young people, discussing things that really matter to Trinidad and Tobago. The old talk is fine, there's place for that. But there's also place for our young people to consider the real issues that are affecting us in this country and to think about what your contribution to those problems could possibly be. Because before you know it, you are going to be called to answer some of those questions that are being asked. You are going to be called to find solutions to some of the challenges that you face and that you will find yourself as leaders facing in Trinidad and Tobago. So we want a Trinidad and Tobago that is continuing to progress. And the only way we can satisfy that is by ensuring that you think about this country and you think about your contribution to this country. And what better way to do that than to have you in the hot seats that some of us occupy on a weekly basis. It really is a pleasure to hear how you present yourselves, to listen to your own thoughts coming out, and to use that as a snapshot of what we can expect for the future of Trinidad and Tobago. And I dare say that I think the future of Trinidad and Tobago is in good hands. So thank you for your efforts, to your principals, parents I'm sure were also involved, your family who maybe had to sit down and listen to you present before you came here today. Thank you for your efforts. It is by doing this that all of us contribute to the Trinidad and Tobago that we want to enjoy. So our hope rests in your hands, and I'm happy to know that we have a future ahead of us that we can look forward to with hope. Thank you so much for your participation.
Thank you very much, Minister Dolly. And I really like something that Minister pointed out. Our job is to facilitate and train you all so that when we go this way, you all can come in and do better, not just as good as, but better than what we did. Thank you. At this time, I would like to call on the UN representative for Trinidad and Tobago, Ms. Joanna Kazana.
Senator the Honorable Nigel De Freitas, President of the Senate, the Honorable Bridget Marianne George, Speaker of the House, the Honorable Dr. Nian Gaspidali, Minister of Education, honorable members of the National Youth Parliament, members of the media, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it's my great pleasure to greet you and congratulate you at the end of this wonderful debate of the Trinidad and Tobago National Youth Parliament. I'm absolutely impressed with your intellectual rigor, with your critical thinking, and with your personal engagement and passion that you have put into the exercise today. This well-deserved, this well-reasoned debate and discourse on one of the most complicated and new and still emerging, defining issues of our time demonstrates remarkable talent, remarkable curiosity, and very, very big preparation. So congratulations to all of you. I think that today we can agree that we witnessed democracy in action. And I want to say, from the perspective of the United Nations, treasure democracy, treasure the opportunity to speak here openly, treasure this peaceful and wonderful country that you have, because this is not something that comes to every country around the world. Look at the news feed today. Look at what's happening in Haiti. Look at the students who are fleeing for their life. So treasure what you can do and treasure the system that you have, because this is something that has to be nurtured and protected. Democracy is not a given. It's something that you jointly create. And I want to say that your contributions represent a global best practice in human rights-centered approach to defining and integrating artificial intelligence into schools and into communities. These solutions reflect the reality and the needs of the education systems around the world and here in Trinidad and Tobago. And most importantly also, it reflects the reality of preparing the workforce in the education system for the new technologies and bridging the digital divide about which so many of you have talked. Think about every school in this beautiful country on both islands. Think about every school that would have a beautiful library. Think about every school that needs to have a well-equipped computer class. Think about every family that can afford to have computer and broadband, free of charge Wi-Fi at home. Think about this kind of future to which you will get there. I know that you will get there because this is the future that everyone deserves. The United Nations system in Trinidad and Tobago is really delighted and proud to be partnering with this wonderful institution and with you, the youth parliamentarians, on this specific initiative. This parliament has a very long-standing dedication to hosting the youth parliament sessions, and it recognizes the vital role that young people are playing in policy making in the democratic process. At the UN, we share this commitment to fostering spaces where youth can lead and inspire change. So as the UN representative, I will repeat again that what is the focus of the global community now is sustainable development. Artificial intelligence can accelerate progress towards sustainable development and development in general. Whether addressing environmental protection, gender equality, decent work, education, good health, all of the information technologies, including and in particular AI, can accelerate progress towards the 2030 deadline. This kind of vision was central to the last September summit of the future, which took place in New York as part of the UN General Assembly. And this is when 193 members of the United Nations adopted a document that is called the Pact for the Future. This historic agreement sets the course for international cooperation with science, innovation, and technology at the core. Complementing the Pact for the Future is the Global Digital Compact, the world's first global framework to regulate artificial intelligence, thus ensuring its use in schools, in corporations, in governments, and workplaces in a responsible, in an ethical, and very much respectful of human rights way. So I'm very, very happy and delighted that Trinidad and Tobago is starting implementation of this global compact, and that this begins here in this chamber with the Youth Parliament. Your debate truly exemplifies how a national democratic process can bring global agreements like the Pact to life on the national level. In preparation for today's debate, you attended extensive training sessions hosted by your teachers, probably also parents and friends. Congratulations to all of them. You have made a wonderful job preparing. But I'm also pleased to acknowledge the contribution of the UN country team, including colleagues from ECLAC, ILO, UNESCO, and UNAIDS. Also, special thanks to the Office of the Resident Coordinator, who worked very hard in close collaboration with the Parliament. I want to express UN's gratitude to the President of the Senate, to the Speaker of the House, and the Parliament staff, particularly Ms. Keisha Petergin, who is the National Youth Parliament Coordinator for so many years, and thank them for the collaboration and for the dedication to this initiative. And to all of you, youth parliamentarians, I want to say, I encourage you to see this day, remember today, not just as a debate, and the winners not as a moment when you're going to get your prizes and celebrate victory, but also as a call for responsible leadership, for inclusive policy making, for listening and learning while rebutting the opposite number's point, to co-create something, which is the responsibility of chambers like this. So carry forward the insights and the skills that you have honed here today. Use your voices to demand action, but also to foster collaboration and co-creation, and to inspire change, not just for Trinidad and Tobago, but indeed for the region and for the global community. The United Nations will continue to support you, young leaders, in shaping a just, sustainable, and resilient future that leaves truly no one behind. Again, congratulations on your outstanding contributions today, and do continue to be the change makers that the world needs so much. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kazana. And now we will call on the Speaker of the House, the Honorable Bridget Anisette George.
Thank you so much, Hatiba. The President of the Senate of Trinidad and Tobago, the Honorable Nigel de Freitas, members of Parliament, the delegation from the Parliament of Uganda, Ms. Johanna Kazana, and other representatives from the United Nations organizations and affiliated organizations, our distinguished National Youth Parliamentarians 2024, teachers, parents, friends, supporters, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It is with immense pride and optimism that I stand before you at the conclusion of a successful 21st National Youth Parliament, and I think you will deserve a resounding round of applause. The energy, intellect, and dedication you displayed throughout these proceedings have not only impressed us, but have proven that the future of parliamentary debate is safe. During your tenure as members of the 2024 Youth Parliamentary Cohort, you have engaged in numerous sessions. In those sessions, you have tackled complex national issues as it relates to artificial intelligence, its impact on the education system, and the future potential of skills and jobs. You have displayed remarkable maturity and insight. Your passionate contributions address the burning questions which must arise. For example, how can AI be utilized to create unique, tailored educational experiences that meet the individual needs of every student, from the fastest learners to those requiring additional support and who have special needs? You have addressed what will the role of teachers look like in an AI-augmented classroom. And I particularly remember the contribution of this student from St. Joseph Convent, Port of Spain, and that might show my bias, because I remember you by school when you said that teachers are much more than imparters of knowledge, but they show empathy, and you listed a number of things, and that's correct. You've addressed things like how can we ensure that technology supports rather than replaces the critical role of mentors and guides of teachers. How can we ensure that AI systems operate transparently and fairly, free from bias and discrimination? And in your winding up, member for Superior said that. You raised bias, we answered that. You raised discrimination, we answered that. And that AI is designed to uplift rather than marginalize. You've addressed the question of, in a world of increasingly driven by data, how do we protect the sensitive information of students and educators alike? What safeguards must be implemented to build trust in these systems? How do we ensure that AI benefits are distributed fairly across all socioeconomic and geographic boundaries, bridging gaps rather than creating new divides? How do we build AI infrastructure that is eco-friendly, energy efficient, and accounts for our carbon footprint? These questions are not hypothetical at all. They are urgent, and you have engaged them. Your debates and your contributions have been spirited, yet respectful. Your arguments were well-researched and compelling, and you also proposed solutions that were innovative and practical. AI is indeed an issue that the nation, and by all means the Parliament, is yet to address. Your command of parliamentary procedure, and we saw it. And again, my bias might be shown in terms of Mr. Speaker. I have to particularly commend you. You all were taught, and people may look at us a simulated debate and say, oh, it's scripted. But just like in life, things happen. And when the interjection was made, was it by you, point of prayer? And Speaker, you had to rule on Standing Orders 47. In fact, the member was answering, responding. And the Speaker stood up and ruled and said, this is not about explanations, and in fact, you were trying to contradict or correct. Right? And he ruled, and you couldn't be prepared for that, other than knowing your standing orders. So I really want to commend you for that. And member for Barataria, San Juan, as I say, things happen. Even in real life, things happen. And in the beginning, those of us who were paying attention couldn't understand why, when you were called upon, you were so hesitant. But then you realized that, look, the Speaker has called upon me, and you stood up, and you did what you have to do. Again, understanding the role of the Speaker and your place. It's only afterwards we realized that it was not question time, but it was really prime ministerial questions. So I commend you in that you couldn't learn this. You had to think on your feet, and you got up and did what you knew you had to do, even though you knew something was wrong here. And that's what happens to us here. We all sometimes get lost in the procedure, but we have to get up and continue. And I think overall, when I looked at you all, you knew what you had to do, even when people rose on Standing Order 4410. Sometimes persons who are speaking lose their way when somebody raises a standing order against them. But in your cases, you all just picked up as if you all were doing this for your entire lives. Your confidence really means that you all are really very ready to take your place as advocates for your representatives, okay? As, understanding the issues that affect your constituents. You really have to be congratulated. And I'm saying that because I've been sitting here for for 9 years, so I think I've learned something with respect to how people respond. You know, I could say something about almost everybody who I saw contribute to it. I have loads of scribbles. Okay? And as Atiba said earlier, I learned too. And it also says that none of us knows everything. And that's why the art of listening is important. We may come to a point where, or any place where we figure, we know that, we have it covered. But somebody always has some other perspective, either that gives us a wider view or may give us a greater argument to defend our view. So as I said, your command of your parliamentary procedure, your articulate presentations, and your passionate advocacy demonstrates that civic engagement is alive and well. You have truly understood, embraced, and embodied the essence of parliamentary democracy, and I commend you for it. Now, the representative from UN, Ms. Kazana, she made the point. There were no winners here or no losers here. Okay? By majority, the government would have prevailed. But I think there's a wider lesson for us outside of this, in that you understand, one of the learnings will be that you can enter into a discussion with somebody, have a totally different view, hear their view, remain unconvinced, okay, but agree to disagree. And sometimes you would realize, if you live long enough, that maybe you were before your time, because the view that you held, which at the time was not the popular view or the winning view, whatever, ends up being the view to be adopted. So there's no need to solve the discussion with further conflict or a lot of what we're seeing with the gun. Hold on to your view, learn from the other view. Okay, it may mean sharpening the way you articulate your view in future, having learned from the discussion. But also learning that delayed gratification, which is something that technology seems to be wiping away. Okay, gratification is instant. But learn the importance of delayed gratification. Time may prove you right. Okay? So, I want to also, like those before me, extend my gratitude to the Parliament, their staff. I want to extend my gratitude to United Nations and their organizations for reaching out to us with this topic. That is really a very timely topic. I mean, you all are ahead of us. We in the Parliament haven't dealt with this on the floor as yet. So I want to also thank them. I want to thank all the parliamentarians who served as mentors and the other members of the public who served as facilitators in dealing with the wider issues of etiquette and dress and all of that. And I must commend you all. You all are all smartly dressed today. Thank you very much. And I want to say that you've begun your parliamentary journey. Not everybody ends up here, but this experience is an experience to carry you for life, because all of us as citizens, wherever we are, we have to remain engaged. What happens in the Parliament affects every single person in the long run. Okay? It affects the quality of air we breathe, it affects the taxes we pay, it affects the prices we pay at the pump, it affects everything. And one of the greater lessons is, to me, it should have helped you demystify what happens in here. A lot of people say we don't pay attention, we don't understand what is going on. Hopefully, you have learned somewhat of what happens in here. And while learning is continuous, it means that the early learnings hopefully will want you to seek to understand more. And just as the minister says that, with benefits come responsibilities. The responsibility for you, everything has a cost, is that I hope that you will remain ambassadors for us. Okay, that you carry on with your learnings, but you also share your learnings. Okay, the parliamentary staff, the members of parliament, they have shared their learnings. And I think you owe it to each other, you owe it to them, you owe it to the society to also continue sharing your learnings. One question that previous cohorts always have, it's a common question: what next? Has anybody heard me? What's this all about? And to let you all know that we have launched a youth parliamentary network, which is open to the alumni of the National Youth Parliament, which you all now are. And therefore, I hope to see you all becoming active in the youth parliamentary network to keep the conversations of youth and to keep youth voices alive and well. The Youth Parliament is more than just an academic exercise. It is a crucial investment in our democracy. And therefore, I expect as you return to your communities that you will continue your engagement in the nation's affairs. You will share what you have learned with your peers, and you will continue to speak up on issues that matter to you. Remember that your voice is not a voice of the future. Your voice is a voice now. Okay? What you'll be doing by sharing is developing the voices of the future. The Office of the Parliament and the established Youth Parliamentary Network remain committed to supporting you in this endeavor in terms of developing the future of our democracy. And we will continue to provide our country's youth with a platform to discuss pertinent issues. I thank you, and I once again congratulate you all for having steered the course to devote 6 weeks of your time in this, apart from all the other things you do. Couldn't be easy. But I think you all know, having reached thus far, nothing worthwhile comes easy. So again, congratulations, and I wish you all the very best. Pleasant afternoon.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And now we have come to the point in the afternoon's proceedings where we are going to give some tokens to our youth parliamentarians, just to show you all how impressed we are and how much we appreciated you all taking of your time, giving us of your time, giving us your effort, your energy, your ideas to make this all happen today. All right? So we're going to begin giving out the tokens. And I would like to call back to the fore Madam Speaker, please, to give out the first set of tokens. Yeah. Good. And Madam Speaker, your first set of tokens will be given to your counterpart. Yes. And I know that Zion has grown to appreciate that the role of presiding officer is not an easy one. So let me give his full title: Zion Valanilla, Speaker of the House, St. Anthony's College. And we'll continue with the government bench. Asa Joseph, Leader of the House, Minister of Finance, Member for Aruka Maloney, and a member of the Trinidad Youth Council. Jaden Francis Mitchell, Prime Minister, Member for Dago Martin West, a student of the El Dorado East Secondary School. Aaliyah Millett Warner, the Attorney General and Minister of Legal Affairs, Member for San Fernando East, a student of the San Fernando Central Secondary School. Sohiela Makul, Minister of Education, Member for St. Anne's East, a student of the Bishop's High School. Zachariah Goodridge, Minister of National Security, Member for Laventille West, a student of Trinity College, Mocha. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Next, we would like to call on the President of the Senate, Senator the Honorable Nigel de Freitas. And we continue with Tevon George, the Minister of Digital Transformation, Member of Parliament for Dago Martin Central, a student of the Point Fortin East Secondary School. Tanika Cruikshank, Minister of Energy and Energy Industries, Member for Port of Spain North, a member of Tobago Updates. Marquise Akers, Minister in the Ministry of Education, member for Dabadi Omera, a student of the University of Trinidad and Tobago. Kiran Ragbir, Minister of Youth Development and National Service, member for Talparo, a student of the Shiva Boys Hindu College. Giovanni Toussaint, Minister of Works and Transport, member for MOVA, a student of the University of the West Indies, St. Augustine. Jeremiah Barnes, Minister of Labor, member for Lebre, and a student of the Holy Cross College. Keyshawn Martin, Minister of Sport and Community Development, member for Tobago West, and a student of Queen's Royal College. Kadeen Juman, Minister of Planning and Development, member for ARIMA, and a student of the University of the Southern Caribbean. Darcy Jalai, Deputy Speaker and member for Tunapuna, a student of the Saraswati Girls Hindu College. Thank you very much, Mr. President. At this time, we would like to call on our head judge, Senator Jayanti Lakshmidial Ramdial. And we will continue with Ryan Duncan, Minister of Health, member for Diego Martin Northeast, and a member of the Trinidad and Tobago Youth Advocacy Network. Shayana Charles, Minister of Trade and Industry, member for Point Fortin, and a student of the St. Augustine Secondary School. Felicia Moore, Minister of Rural Development and Local Government, member for La Hocketa, and a member of the Mayaro Past Pupils Association. Daniel Rajkumar, Minister of Public Utilities, member for Lopino Bonnier West, and a student of the Barakpur West Secondary School. Abraham Bhagwat Singh, Minister of Social Development and Family Services, member for San Fernando West, and a student of the Military-Led Academic Training Program, or MILAT. Melody Otley, Minister of Public Administration, member for Toko Sangre Grande, and a member of the Tobago Youth Council. Maya Mohammed, Minister of Foreign Affairs, member for Tobago East, and a student of the St. Joseph's Convent in Port of Spain. Nicholas Torres, Minister of Agriculture, Land and Fisheries, member for St. Joseph's, and a student or a member of the Trinidad and Tobago Youth Ambassadors. Thank you very much, Senator Lakshmidial Ramdial. And now we would like to call on the Honorable Minister of Education, the Honorable Dr. Nian Gatsby Dolly. And we will begin with what? I don't know why she's trying to signal me so fervently, you know. Very well. We will continue with the opposition bench, and we begin with the Chief Whip, Miss Kessia. Yes, Kessia was making sure that she gives me the correct pronunciation of her name. So, Kessia Whip, member for Pointe-a-Pierre, or Kessia Joseph, sorry, you see? Member for Pointe-a-Pierre and a student of the Northeastern College. Brianna Atwell, the leader of the opposition, member for Siparia and a student of the St. Stephen's College. Vedanand Hargobin, member for St. Augustine and a student of the University of the West Indies, St. Augustine. Ronaldo Farrell, member for Oropuch East and a student of the Faizabad Anglican Secondary School. Precious Regis, member for Princestown and a student of the Scarborough Secondary School. Thank you very much, Dr. Gatsby Dolly. At this time, we'd like to call on the UN representative for Trinidad and Tobago, Ms. Joanna Kazana. And we continue with Candice Hostin, member for Faizabad and a student of the Swaha Hindu College. Surav Rupnarain, member for Barataria San Juan and a student of Astra Boys College in San Fernando. Celeste Charles, member for Couva North and a student of the Pleasantville Secondary School. Kieran Castillo, member for Caroni East and a student of Queen's Royal College. Thank you very much, Ms. Kazana. And now we'd like to call on the Honorable Minister of Sport, the Honorable Mrs. Shamfa Cudjoe-Lewis. Aaron Walcott, member for Naparima and a student of Speyside Secondary School. Malik Figaro, member for Chaguanas West and a student of the University of Trinidad and Tobago. Jada McLeod, member for Oropouche West and a student of COSTAT. Jude Charles, member for Moruga Tableland and a student of St. Benedict's College. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. And now we'd like to call on Senator Lawrence Hislop. And the Ugandan delegation is giving them a round of applause. Mark Barron, member for Shogunas East, a student of the Shogunas North Secondary School. Nisa Silvan, member for Caroni Central, a student of the University of the Southern Caribbean. Maya Lamont Harper, member for Couva South and a student of the Northgate College. Jordan John, member for Kumuto and a student of the Holy Cross College in Arima. Thank you very much, Senator Hislop. And to all our participants, congratulations once again. Now we are coming to the point where, we're going to have a little tension. The air is getting rare. I know that as a matter of fact, a few of you all came up to me thinking that I was a judge. No, I'm not, asking me who is the winner of this particular prize, who's the winner of that one. I'm not a judge. No, I'm sorry. But what we are going to do is we are going to have some remarks from our head judge. As you all would know, we had some judges seated in the public gallery, and they were evaluating each participant, all right? And we know that everybody brought out their A game today, but not everybody's going to win the top prize. So we'd like to give some remarks, our head judge, Senator Jayanti Lakshmidial Ramdial.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, everyone. I stand on all of the salutations that have gone before. So let me recognize today the very brilliant work that I saw. You all gave me a really difficult task today in order to judge what I thought was a remarkable debate. And as many persons would have said before, I learned quite a bit because I am part of that generation that's not too familiar with AI. And I had to learn, and I felt like I got a real lesson in so many things, and your arguments were all so compelling. Judging is very hard because you want to score everyone on their strengths, and you don't really want to focus on what may be perceived as little weaknesses or shortcomings here and there. But I have to say that even where some of you may have been nervous as you started, even in the short 5 minutes that you spoke, I saw so much confidence build in you. And that's how it is for us as well. I want to say that when I was your age, I could have never done what you all have done here today. So I commend all of you, and I look forward to great things and seeing great things from all of you. I know a few of the youth parliamentarians from years gone by. Some of them, I see them in the public gallery here, and they have continued to do great things. with this platform that they have been given. It's an opportunity, and I hope you seize the opportunity to continue to be advocates, to continue to speak on national issues. Put yourself out there. You have learned a critical skill throughout this process, and that is the ability to analyze and organize your arguments. You have learned how to respond to points in a respectful way and to think quickly on your feet. And those are critical aspects of debating that not many people understand and that not many people can do. So you've received some excellent training. You've received the opportunity to do it on a national stage. And you are now, as I heard Madam Speaker say, you are now going to join the alumni of National Youth Parliamentarians. And I hope that that network will produce wonderful representatives of the people of Trinidad and Tobago for our future. So congratulations to all of you. There are no winners and losers. There are just some persons who, on the day itself, which is today, may have distinguished themselves in one particular way or the other. And because of that, they would be recognized with some special prizes, but you have all been very special in your own way. I thoroughly enjoyed all of your arguments. I enjoyed interacting with all of you. Again, when I was your age, I would have never walked up to a senator or a minister or a parliamentarian and shake their hand and introduce myself. I never had that confidence, and I'm so happy to see that so many of our young people would be confident enough to put yourself out there and just do this. Half the battle is won when you believe in yourself. And I've seen that here today, so many of you believing in yourself, knowing that you can do this and seeing it through to the end. And I'm very proud of each and every one of you. So congratulations again.
Why are you all looking at me? Okay. All right. Papaya. Okay. All right. I won't keep you all waiting much longer, okay? All right. So we are going to announce the names of the top 3 debaters, all right? Beginning with third place, then second, and then first place, all right? To present the prize for our third top debater, I would like to call on the Member of Parliament for Toco Sangre Grande, Mr. Roger Monroe. Third place, Mr. Surav Rupnarayan. Now, Surav was the member for Barataria San Juan, and he's also a student of the Astra Boys College in San Fernando. Yeah. No copying. No copying. Second place, we would like to call on the President of the Senate, Senator the Honorable Nigel de Freitas. And the second place top debater is Miss Jada McLeod. Jada was the member for Oropouche West, and she's a student of the College of Science, Technology, and Applied Arts of Trinidad and Tobago. Yes, we are getting there. And we'd like to call on the Honorable Speaker of the House, the Honorable Bridget Anisette George, to present the prize for the top debater. And the top debater, with a total of 138 points, the Member of Parliament for St. Augustine, Ferdinand Hagobin. And today, Ferdinand has done UE St. Augustine proud. Very good, very good, very good. Yes, yes. Yes. Mm-hmm. Yes. Uh-huh. All right. Yes, I could use AI too. I know how to use AI as well, don't worry. But I'm actually using AI now because we are going to announce, you all know that we also had a People's Choice, yeah? And we are going to, what we're going to do is we're going to announce the top 3 People's Choice winners, but only the top person is going to be given a prize. All right? And as I said before, we have a delegation that is visiting our parliament from the Parliament of Uganda. And I would like to call on the head of the delegation, the Honorable Okupa Elijah, to present the prize for our People's Choice top winner. All right. So I'm going to announce the third, then the second, then the first prize winner is going to come up and collect their prize. Third place, People's Choice, went to Kiran Ragbir of Shiva Boys Hindu College. Kiran won a total of 2,028 votes. Yeah. Yeah. Second place goes to Mr. Tevon George of Point Fortin East Secondary. Tevon was able to amass a total of 2,080 votes. And our first place, People's Choice, goes to Surav Rupnarain. It seems like all of Astra Boys College San Fernando voted for Surav. Surav was able to gain a total of 2,528 votes. And thank you very much to the Honorable Mr. Okupa Elijah. All right. We also have a few special prizes, and those few special prizes will be announced and given by our coordinator, Ms. Keisha Peterkin.
Good afternoon, all again. Good afternoon. Right, and today would not be the last day I will be seeing you all. As Madam Speaker said, you all will be joining our Youth Parliamentary Network. Right, this year, the coordinating team, we decided to award some special prizes. The reason being, right, not all of us could win the Best Debater Prize. And we have been here 2 months, you all have been with us, and sometimes it doesn't reflect the hard work you all put in, the hard work we put in as well, right? So we're looking for the person who has most improved one from the government and one from the opposition. So I'll go with the government bench first. It was a difficult choice, right? But this person took all of our advice. They worked very hard, started off shy, would stop, would crumble sometimes when the debate and when we stop her. And I know you all like to say we both. But, you know, just speak to you all gently, I would say. And, you know, she took our, one of the young ladies from on the government bench. She took our advice, and she also worked behind the scenes, because, you know, as the government, I was a bit concerned for you all, right? Right, the opposition, as it's reflected in the top 3 debaters, but have no fear. This person, she tried to take the lead, even though she wasn't the leader of the House. She created a Google form for all of you all to get your points across so everybody would know what each other is speaking about. So, and today, she executed, but we awarded her the prize because she didn't give up. She continued and she rallied through, even though the opposition tried to throw her off. So, Miss Shiana Charles of St. Augustine Secondary School, I congratulate you, and you did well. All right. Now for the opposition. Right? My fave side. Right? I'm kidding, just joking, right? The person on the opposition bench who we all agreed stepped up to the plate today, took our advice, and I would like to thank a member of the team who worked with some of the members who were not so strong in debating, and, you know, to give them that confidence. Mr. Dwayne Hayes, he's not here at the moment, and I know he worked with you, and to give you that confidence you needed for today. So Mark Barra. Thank you all, and see you all in a couple minutes where you all could relax and we'll have a good time. All right?
Thank you very much, Ms. Peterkin. And now we're going to have our vote of thanks. And the vote of thanks is going to be given by the President of the Senate, Senator the Honorable Nigel de Freitas.
The Honorable Bridget Mary Anisette George, MP, Speaker of the House of Representatives, Members of Parliament, delegation members from the Parliament of Uganda, representatives from the United Nations organizations, honored guests, ladies and gentlemen, and a special good afternoon to our distinguished guests, you, the young parliamentarians of Trinidad and Tobago. It is with immense pride and optimism that I stand before you at the conclusion of a successful 21st National Youth Parliament debate. The energy, the intellect, and dedication you have displayed throughout these proceedings have not only impressed us, but have proven that the future of this country is safe. During your tenure as a member of the 2024 Youth Parliamentary Cohort, you have engaged in numerous sessions. In those sessions, you tackled complex national issues as it relates to artificial intelligence, its impact on the education system and the future potential of skills and jobs. Your debates have been spirited yet respectful, your arguments well-researched and compelling, and your proposed solutions both innovative and practical. Though a nuanced perspective, you have displayed remarkable maturity and insight. This is an issue that continues to garner discussion both here and the world over. I have no doubt that your debate today will add to the national conversation. I also commend your command of parliamentary procedure, your articulate presentations, and your passionate advocacy, which demonstrate that civic engagement is alive and well. You have truly understood, embraced, and embodied the essence of parliamentary democracy. As we bring to a close yet another National Youth Parliament, I must extend gratitude to those who have made this event possible and ensured its continued success. To the schools, teachers, parents, and guardians who have tirelessly nurtured these young minds into the brilliant young adults we have seen here today, I thank you. I extend a special thank you to Ms. Joanna Kazana, the UN Resident Coordinator for Trinidad and Tobago and the Dutch Islands, and her team, our partners whose intangible support, training sessions, and kind contributions made the smooth execution of this program possible. Your assistance ensuring that our youth engaged with a timely and essential issue is deeply appreciated. To the parliamentary staff who have worked assiduously to organize this event, thank you. None of this would have been possible without you, and we acknowledge all of your efforts. To Ms. Keisha Peterkin, the coordinator of this event, and your team, and the clerks of the House and Senate, Mr. Brian Caesar and Ms. Chantal LaRoche, thank you for your unwavering commitment. Permit me now to share something that will undoubtedly benefit you, our youth parliamentarians. August 15, 2024, marked the launch of the Youth Parliamentary Network. And as youth parliamentarians, you are now eligible to join this network and continue to be a voice for young people in Trinidad and Tobago. It is our hope that by joining the network, you will continue your advocacy for youth issues and share the knowledge you have gained during the past few months with others. I wish to acknowledge the members of the network, some of whom are seated in the public gallery today, that selflessly gave of their time to act as mentors to this year's cohort. They worked alongside members of Parliament and the coordinating team to prepare our participants for today's debate. The National Youth Parliament is more than just an academic exercise. It is a crucial investment in our democracy. Thus, as you return to your communities, I urge you to maintain this level of engagement in our nation's affairs. Share what you have learned here with your peers. Continue to speak up on issues that matter to you. Remember that your voices are not just the future of our democracy, they are its present. The Office of the Parliament remains committed to supporting you in this endeavor and will continue to provide our country's youth with platforms such as the Youth Parliament, Youth Budget Talks, and the Youth Parliamentary Network to discuss pertinent issues. To our youth parliamentarians, your journey as engaged citizens is just beginning. Carry forward the spirit of respectful debate and collaborative problem solving that you have demonstrated here today. Thank you all for your participation, your dedication, and your commitment to building a stronger and better Trinidad and Tobago. May God bless you, and may God bless our nation.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And from all of us at the Office of the Parliament of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, thank you all. We are now signing off.